explanation of the sackings. Opposition parties in Georgia have staged demonstrations against the governing Georgian Dream Party, which they accuse of rigging recent parliamentary elections. The opposition is boycotting parliament over the vote. The president of Azerbaijan says his country's forces have captured Shusha, the second biggest city in the disputed enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh. However, Armenia says fighting is continuing for control of the city. And Cuba is being battered by a tropical storm which brought devastation to parts of Guatemala last week. Storm Eta hit the central south coast of the island. BBC News.
Hello, this is World Book Club, and here with us answering questions about our award-winning novel The Vagrants is its Chinese author Yiyun Li. Well, let's have a question about Kai now. It comes from San Juan in Puerto Rico. It's from Julio Rodriguez, and Julio is on the telephone now. Julio, I gather that The Vagrants was one of your favourite reads this year, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I had the pleasure of reading it just when the pandemic was starting and we were on lockdown. So yeah, it turned out to be one of my favorite books of the year.
Excellent. Well then, your question now for Yiyun Li, please.
Hi, Yiyun. It's such a pleasure to be talking to you.
Thank you, Julian.
So basically, the story that I most enjoyed from your book was Kai's. I was particularly moved by this character who was basically taught to conform to her society's ideals, but she finds herself going against them, even at the cost of her life. So this really struck a chord with me, since when I was younger I felt that I couldn't really conform to a certain way of life that I was taught to live by. So my question is, what do you hope the reader can gain from Kai's story?
That's a good question. What do I hope? Well, Kai is, as you said, she's a complicated character. She is the voice of Communist Party in this place. But she's human too, in a way that she's lonely. She doesn't get what she wishes for just being the propaganda's voice. And there's something more she wants. She has everything she needs. She has fame, she has a comfortable life, she has status. But I think those are superficial things. And I think deep in her heart, she still has this desire to be good. And to be good not according to the society's rules, but to live up to her own standard. And I think, I wouldn't say I want the readers to learn something from her, but there are always people like her in every country, in every generation. They can start one place, but they will end in another place. I'm so glad you said you like her, you love her, and she's one of my favorite characters too. Partly because of the complex situation of her marriage. She gave up her marriage, she gave up her young child for an ideal. And I am both touched and baffled by that. So I think in a way I respect her choice.
Thanks so much for answering my question, Ian.
Julio, thank you for your question. And we have an email that came to BBC World Book Club Yiyun Li from Ireland, from Oisin O'Neill, who asks this. One of the most striking qualities of The Vagrants and your writing generally is the absence of moralism. Cruelty is depicted as part of life, neither good nor bad. In The Vagrants, this is most pronounced in the handling of Bashi, a character who could easily descend into a caricature of predatory lust, but doesn't. How central is this lack of judgmentalness to your philosophy as a writer, and did you intend for it to contrast with the moral authoritarianism of Mao's Cultural Revolution? Well, Oisin's asked a quite complex question there in several parts, but if we can take the last part of his question first. So, as an author, how important is it to you that you don't sit in judgment on your characters?
That's a good question. It's absolutely important for me not to judge. In life, when we meet people, we come to conclusions quickly. We like this person, we don't like this person. This is bad, this is good. And I think that's dangerous for a fiction writer, because in a way, I think these characters, they have their own lives, they have their own decisions, they have their own rules of handling the situations that are already hard for them. And I think I have no right to judge them, because I'm not in their shoes. I'm trying to understand them. And one wants to understand something. I think the most important thing is there should not be any judgment, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense. And did you intend, Oshin asks, for this attitude of non-judgmentalness to be in contrast with the, she says, the moral authoritarianism of Mao's Cultural Revolution?
Yes, not only, it's a very good way to say it. Yes, not only that Mao's Cultural Revolution, but just in any society. I think I did grow up in an authoritarian society, and I've been always sensitive to the moralism. But even just in today's world, any place I go, I am sensitive to this moralism that we should all align ourselves to, and that's what I don't want. So yes, I think not only the Vagrants, but all my other books, I share the same love for them, even though they can be extremely flawed.
Yes, it's such a relief from the sort of social media attitude of you're either with us or you're against us.
I know, yes. I know, I think that you're either with us or you're either we or they. And that's, again, it's a black and white thing that I would say that's exactly what literature should be fighting against or battle against, is that black and white judgmental attitude.
Thank you, Yu-Yun Lee. And in Oshin's question, you also mentioned particularly this character, Bashi, and people keep saying, including myself, how much they like this or that character. And Bashi is very interesting, because at first I thought he was this sort of sexually perverted psychopath almost. I mean, he doesn't have a great idea about what appropriate behavior is. He's fixated on the idea of women's bodies and so on. But very gradually, you open him out for us so that we see something rather different, don't we?
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because sometimes I think about a character's life and what alternative a character has. So Bashi grew up in this society. You know, he was almost an orphan. He did not have parents. He was brought up by this grandmother, and he did not have a good education. And he certainly did not have any access to information about women's bodies. That's, you know, part of his fixation about women's bodies is he did not understand. He wanted to know. So sometimes I do think about his alternative. Say if he grew up in America in today's, or, you know, 21st century, or in UK, or in a different environment, he would have more access to information, also an access to a better model of how to use information and how to live. And he would have been a different person than this Bashi we met in the novel. So I said, you know, I love my characters when they're flawed. Bashi is probably one of the most flawed characters that I just absolutely cannot stop loving because of his lack of alternative. And yet he has shown some humanity and dignity in this novel, especially towards the deformed girl, Nini.
Well, it would be very nice to hear a reading now from The Vagrants, precisely when Bashi is alone with this very young girl. I mean, she's a young teenager. I think she's 14, something like that. Nini, or maybe younger.
Younger, yeah.
Younger than that. And she is the child who was born with a very disfigured face, and sort of her whole body is crooked because of the violent attack that Gushan and the other Red Guards did on her mother when she was pregnant. But anyway, Bashi and Nini have got this rather tender relationship. And this is a moment when he's alone with her, which I think is really very sweet.
Yeah. Bashi took a deep breath. Nini, I love you. It was the first time he had said love, and they both blushed. I know, I love you too, Nini said in a whisper. Her arms and legs all in the wrong place, her body a cumbersome burden. What? I can't hear you. Say it louder, Bashi said, with a hand on his ear. What did you just say? Nini smiled. I said nothing. Ah, how sad. I am in love with someone in vain. That's not true, Nini said, louder than she had intended. Bashi looked at her and shook his head, and she panicked. Did he misunderstand her? If I were not telling the truth, I would die a death 100 times more painful than you. My death would be 1,000 times more painful than yours. I would become your slave in the next life, Nini said. I would become a fly that keeps buzzing around you in the next life until you sweat me to death. Neither spoke, as if they were each entranced by their desire to demonstrate their willingness to suffer for the other.
I just think that's so sweet because, I mean, although Bashi is considerably older than Nini, I mean, really they're both like children together, aren't they?
Yes, they're like two abandoned children, but they have found each other and they really feel tender towards each other.
Well, Yi and Lee, we've got a question for you now that was rung into BBC World Book Club earlier. It's from Alina Wang, who's in Berkeley in California, and this is what she wanted to say.
Hi there, this is Alina Wang. I'm a PhD student studying philosophy at Berkeley, living in Berkeley, California. I read your book this summer. My parents are Chinese immigrants, and I was looking for historical fiction that might help provide context for the life narratives and stories they've told me. Your book certainly did that. It's powerfully written. Thank you. It seems that many of the characters in your novel are looking for or intend to love, but they cannot. Maoist policy created social and material conditions that made love almost impossible. Particularly, the omnipresent paranoia of the trustworthiness of neighbors and even family members seems to render love impossible. So I'm wondering, how much influence do you think a government can have over the psychological functioning of its citizens? Can state power hamper even the basic human capacity for love? Can state power go that far?
Well, that is such an interesting idea that Maoist policy and indeed governments of all kinds can actually inhibit people's ability to love because they inhibit their ability to trust their neighbours. Do you think a government can have that kind of psychological power over its citizens?
And I don't want to make a sweeping statement about anything because this is a complicated question, but I would say yes, I have seen evidence of the government eroding people's trust, not in the government, but in one another, within a family, within a neighborhood. And without that trust, I think love is dangerous in that situation. It's interesting that what the government does is, I'm going to use a bad analogy, but maybe I will just use a bad analogy. So if the government leads you to a field and say, there are 100 landmines buried here, but we mark them and you just be careful. And that's one thing. Versus a government leads you to an open field and said, there might be 100 landmines here. There might be none, but we don't know, or we know, but we won't tell you. And just imagine the second scenario, and I think that's how the psychology of a society is changed. It's not because we know there are landmines, it's because there might be, but we will never be told.
Very good. And presumably, I mean, I imagine that this operates in all kinds of societies, not particularly because of the repression, but because of people being encouraged to report on one another, to betray one another. It's that kind of, where your neighbours are watching over you to check that you behave in the approved fashion.
Yes, it's exactly right. I think it happens everywhere, right? Even if you look at America or, any Western world, there's some sort of system, and either it's installed by the government or it's some innate system that people are being afraid of being reported.
Yeah. Ian Lee, thank you. And this next question was emailed from Sao Paulo in Brazil. It comes from Mikey Narsames. He's from the Sorocaba district of Sao Paulo. And his question is a very straightforward question, but possibly not with a straightforward answer. Mikey asks, what are your experiences of communist China?
Yes.
In one paragraph.
In one paragraph, my experience of communism is, I think we touched upon it, it's just the distorted version of love and trust. And how much can you love and how much can you trust, even within the family? So I would just give you one very small example. I was in 3rd grade, so I was young, 8, 9. And I happened to have an uncle living in Taiwan, so he fought against communism during the Civil War. So, my family knew the uncle was in Taiwan, but we were never allowed to talk about him because of the danger of being the enemy of the people. So I just happened to talk to my best friend. I said, guess what? I have an uncle in Taiwan. And this is what communists did to people. His friend reported me to the teacher and the school district and said they have an uncle living in Taiwan. And of course, my parents were just mad with my stupidity. And that's the kind of thing, when you were young, you learn quickly not to trust even your best friend, which is a very sad thing, I think.
It's sad and it's terrible.
Yeah.
You were 23 or 24 when you moved to the USA to study and to live. So, I mean, you weren't actually surrounded by the English language till comparatively late in life. And what's interesting to me is that despite that, you choose to write in it, and you write very beautifully in English. I mean, did you never consider writing in Chinese and simply getting it translated?
That's a good question. Yes, I was 23 when I moved to America, and picking up writing in English much later. I've never considered writing in Chinese. I think, there are probably different ways to explain that. Part of it is self-censorship. There are things I don't want to say in Chinese, but I find it easier to write about them or to say in English.
Sorry, are you saying that there simply are not the words or the phrases to say it, or something else? When you say there are things you cannot say in Chinese?
I think it's a psychological, going back to what your mother country can do to you, or what growing up in a certain culture. Again, storytelling is easier, so I can tell you so when I was younger, I would keep a diary in Chinese, of course, but this is the kind of a society that when you keep a diary, your mother will read it. So my mother would read it if she could get hold of my diary, and she did. So what happens, you learn quickly not to write about how you feel in the diary, but you write around things. So I think I kept years of diaries, never saying what I really meant to say, because what I was trying to do in my diary was just to say things I didn't mean to say. So I could leave a blank space there that only I myself knew what was left out. So what was left out was the most important thing. That is my sort of like relationship with Chinese, with my mother tongue. So I don't think I can write in Chinese in that way.
That's so interesting. I had a diary when I was a teenager which had a lock on it.
Oh, lucky you.
Actually, it was so boring, I doubt that my mother would have wanted to read it, but anyway, she couldn't. We've got a question now that was rung into BBC World Book Club from Singapore, from Gianting Lu, and here she is asking it.
This is Chen Ting from Singapore. My question is, as a Chinese-American writer who has spent a life in China and whose novels about China reflects realistic side of Chinese society, how does having lived in both China and America affect your writing about China and image of China? Thank you so much.
So having lived in both China and America, how has it affected the way you write about China and your image of China?
I think it's always to a writer's advantage to have a distance to what you're writing about. So for me, I think the physical distance between me and China is important for me to write about China. And having lived in America now for 25 years now, I look at it this way. It just happened that I'm living in America. There might be a chance I live in Canada or Britain. That would not change my relationship with China. I think the requirement is that I don't live within China, so I can have a better or clearer mind to process things. So as long as I'm not there.
Right, yes, that makes sense. Can I ask whether The Vagrants or indeed any of your books are published in China?
No, that's my decision. We have had Chinese publishers approaching me about translation, and I have always said no to Chinese translation. At least until at this moment, we haven't sought out Chinese publications or translations.
Why?
I think.
Why is that?
I know you would ask why, and now I have to answer the very difficult question of why. I always say I'm not ready and China is not ready. I always put myself first. I said I'm not ready. Partly is, I think psychologically, I don't like to think about the kind of censorship or even just the potential censorship of what I write, how they would be read in Chinese. And I also say China is not ready because I think if you look at Chinese authors, they have written about Chinese history. They have written about communist history or Cultural Revolution in very critical, harshly critical manner. But I think the fact that I write in English makes it feel different. You never are praised for airing a dirty laundry. That's the kind of the attitude. For that reason, I also don't want to have my books translated into Chinese yet.
Are your parents, I don't know if both your parents are still alive, but would that be part of the reason you wouldn't want to be published in Chinese, because you wouldn't want them to read it?
Yeah, my mother is still alive, and she does not read English. Sometimes I give the easiest answer why I write in English is because she does not read English. And, and that is a big can of worm I can go in, but I don't have to open that can. But yes, you're absolutely astutely right that part of the reason is I don't want her to read the translation. My father, when he was alive, he could read English, so he read some of my work.
He did?
He did.
Did you? And what was his reaction?
No, we never talked about it. We're the kind of Chinese family that we avoid talking about important topics.
That sounds like many English families there, Yu. Well, we have another question for you about the vagrants. This is from Maine in the USA, or rather an island off the coast of Maine in the USA. It's Thomas Ricks, who's a fellow author, who's got a question for you. Thomas, hello.
Hello. I got to say what an honor it is. I have to say that The Vagrants is my favorite novel of the last 20 years.
Thank you.
My question for you is this. What has surprised you most about the reaction around the world to the novel?
Oh, that's such a good question. Thank you, Thomas, for calling in. What surprised me the most? Well, there are reactions. I wouldn't say they're surprising. I think I sort of expected them, but still they sort of confirmed a kind of surprise I have. I'm always baffled by the world. So when I published the book, I did a reading in my local bookstore, and a Chinese woman came to me and said, I know this history as well as you do, but I don't like that you write about it, because as a Chinese, I want to be proud of my country. I don't want to feel that my country is being criticized. And again, it's not surprising, but it tells me how people look at a novel from their angle with their agenda. And of course, I have a lot of, encouraging reactions. I was doing a radio in D.C. A man called in, a Chinese immigrant in America, and he was just sobbing on the phone. And he said, I think someone had to tell this story. So that's encouraging to me too.
The truth in a novel is so emotionally striking for people. The man calling up and sobbing, I could really see that. Is there anything people have not seen in your novel, things that you think they've missed?
Oh, that's a good question. People often talk about how bleak the novel is and how bleak this world is. I don't feel that bleak about the novel or about the world. I mean, some part of the novels are funny to me. But more importantly, I think when people talk about bleakness, they're thinking this is a harsh world, this is a harsh history. But I think that is not bleak. What is bleak to me is try not to look at those things. Try to think about, happy thoughts. Try to think about superficial thoughts. That would be bleak to me. So you're right. I'm always surprised people never say this is a hopeful novel.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We have a question now that was rung into BBC World Service from South Africa, from Pretoria. It's from Savanya Sabroyan, and here she is to ask it.
This is Savanya Sabroyan. I'm from South Africa. The Vagrants is an incredible work that weaves political into the personal, often in gut-wrenching ways. What does it mean to be a witness in the 21st century as a writer when there are different but not dissimilar forms of oppression on a global scale? Thank you.
A very good question. I think, I like that phrase, bearing witness. And I think that is probably any person's job, a writer's job especially, but anyone living in a society is bearing witness. I have been thinking about this, and we are living in a particularly chaotic time with a lot of uncertainties. And for myself, I think the most important thing is to remember there's no final word in history. And it goes back to what we talk about not being judgmental. I want to keep my mind open, and I want to retain all my uncertainties. And I don't ever want to rush to any conclusion, and I don't want to have any conviction about anything. So that to me is the important thing for a writer. I think history needs time to settle down, and then we can look back and we can understand it better.
I find that very inspiring, and there I'm afraid we've got to leave it. Next month, to complete our year devoted to the world's women authors, the Ghanaian-American Yaa Gyasi will talk about her powerful debut novel, Homegoing, a history of the transatlantic slave trade with a difference. It tells the story of two sisters in 18th century West Africa, one sold into slavery, one not, and follows their descendants down to the present day in America and Ghana. If you'd like to ask Yaa Gyasi a question about Homegoing, it's quite straightforward. You just email us or tweet us at BBCWBC. All relevant details are on our website, where you can also download more than 200 World Book Club podcasts, interviews with the world's most stirring authors, from Fatima Bhutto to Tan Tuan Eng, from Hector Abad to David Grossman. But for now, from me, Harriet Gilbert, and producer Karen Holden, thank you to our sound engineer, Emma Harp. Thank you to all you members of BBC World Book Club, wherever you are. And a big thank you especially to this month's guest, Yiyun Lee.
This is the BBC World Service. Cassie Kay and Carlos Watson bring us a new series,
America Decides, from the BBC World Service.
I'm Cassie Kay.
And I'm Carlos Watson. We're going to be looking at some of the hottest issues facing Americans right now.
Thinking about where America is coming from and where it's going to.
Meeting the game changers and change makers.
When Kathy met Carlos. At bbcworldservice.com. You're listening to the BBC World Service. Our technology reporter Zoe Kleinman told us more.
I asked our Washington correspondent Chris Buckler what was in this article.
Well, our Europe regional editor Mike Sanders is here in the... Talkeetna Community Radio and this program are supported by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. www.cpb.org. You're listening to KTNA Talkeetna.
Coming up after the news on the BBC World Service, it's Hard Talk with me, Stephen Sackett. Many of us, when we were kids, dreamed of being a professional footballer, a star in the world's most popular game with adulation and riches on tap. For a tiny few, the dream comes true. But then reality bites. Professional sport is a brutal business that can chew up young lives. My guest is Tony Adams, former Arsenal and England footballer who fought his own battles with addiction and mental illness and went on to help other players do the same.
And after, 19 years without a drink, and I'm sitting there and kind of going, look, I've got the world. I've got such a peaceful head, loving heart, wonderful family, beautiful everything. And I was sitting there, and the fun of life had gone out of it.
That's Tony Adams on Hard Talk after the news.
Hello, this is Julie Candler with the BBC News. President Trump is still refusing to acknowledge his election defeat to Joe Biden and has sent out another barrage of tweets claiming the vote was stolen. He provided no evidence to support his claim, but pointed the finger at postal votes in cities such as Philadelphia and Detroit. One report in US media says Mr. Trump's advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has tried to persuade him to concede. But our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant, says senior Republicans have still not acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
That there has been no response from some of the senior Republican leaders we would have expected in normal terms to have come out and recognised the win and congratulated the victor, whoever it was. That includes, of course, the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate and various others who really the pressure is growing. Of course, there are those like Mitt Romney, who was a presidential candidate against Barack Obama, of course, and he's come out and said congratulations. But beyond that, silence.
Joe Biden has said he'll make confronting the coronavirus his top priority and will begin setting up a task force on Monday. He's also preparing a series of executive actions to be implemented as soon as he takes office in January. They include reversing President Trump's decision to withdraw from the Paris Climate Change Accord. Senator Chris Coons, who's tipped to become Secretary of State in a Biden administration, told the BBC it was part of a plan for the US to return to a closer embrace of its allies.
He will not need to learn on the job. He has very well-grounded views, and you will see him restore, re-engage, and reimagine our place in the world, our close alliances. He is someone who has long and deeply valued our partnership with the United Kingdom, with the EU, with NATO, and with other nations that share our core values. So I think you'll see a significant shift in terms of U.S. foreign policy.
Mr. Biden will reportedly also repeal the ban on most travel from some Muslim-majority countries and will reinstate the program allowing so-called dreamers, immigrants brought to the US illegally as children, to remain in the country. The Iranian President Hassan Rouhani has greeted Joe Biden's victory by saying that the next US administration should make up for past mistakes. Mr. Rouhani said President Trump's damaging policy, as he put it, had been opposed by the American people. Mr. Trump withdrew from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, a keystone of his predecessor Barack Obama's foreign policy. Tensions between the two countries have since risen dramatically. Residents in the ancestral home of Kamala Harris in southern India have set off firecrackers and offered prayers to celebrate her election as US Vice President. The village of Tulasendrapuram in the state of Tamil Nadu was once home to Miss Harris's maternal grandfather. World news from the BBC. The Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has sacked key members of his administration as fighting continues in the northern region of Tigray. The army chief, head of intelligence and the foreign minister have all been replaced. Mary Harper reports.
No reason has been given for the dismissals which were made on the fifth day of fighting in Tigray. Dozens of casualties have been reported, with wounded fighters being taken to hospitals in the neighbouring region of Amhara. The UN says the clashes could displace up to 9 million people and that vital aid supplies are unable to reach those in need. The battle for Tigray is just one of the multiple crises facing Ethiopia, which is already convulsed by ethnic conflict. Until recently, a stable Ethiopia helped keep in check problems elsewhere in the Horn of Africa. Now it threatens to further destabilise the whole region.
Opposition parties in Georgia have staged demonstrations against the governing Georgian Dream Party, which they accuse of rigging recent parliamentary elections. The opposition is boycotting Parliament over the vote, in which Georgian Dream won 48%. They're calling for new elections and for the head of the country's electoral commission to be dismissed. 3 months on from Belarus's disputed presidential elections, there have been further protests by thousands of people demanding the resignation of Alexander Lukashenko. Here's Danny Eberhard.
Columns of marchers have been converging on the centre of Minsk. Some thoroughfares there have been clogged with lines of traffic on a defiant go-slow, drivers hooting their horns. Speaking from exile, one of Belarus's main opposition figures, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, has praised the dignity of Belarusian protesters. She's hailed them for moving beyond the state of fear many felt in August, when they were first confronted by armed security forces.
BBC News.
Welcome to Hard Talk on the BBC World Service with me, Stephen Sacker. My guest today was one of the most successful English footballers of his generation. Tony Adams was the captain of Arsenal, who played for the club over 2 decades from the early 80s and won countless league and cup titles. He was an unyielding, physically intimidating defender who led by example for his club and country. But all through his glory years, He was struggling with inner demons. He was addicted to alcohol, struggling with mental health problems, and a very messy private life, which saw him briefly imprisoned for crashing his car while drunk. Somehow, he played through the chaos. But then he did something few other players have ever done. He confronted it, wrote a painfully honest memoir, and upon retirement set up an addiction treatment clinic to help other struggling professional sports people. Tony Adams has since tried and failed in football management and continued to fight his demons. His reflections on the vulnerability of our sporting heroes have opened up a vital discussion. We focus on the physical prowess of our sports stars, but what about their minds? Tony Adams, welcome to Hard Talk.
Great to be here, mate.
I want to begin by taking you back to yourself as a kid obsessed with football. And I want to talk to you about not the physical attributes that made you successful, but the mental side of yourself as a kid that gave you the strength to make it in football.
Well, to be honest with you, it was my first escape. You know, I didn't really deal with my thoughts and feelings as a kid. It was my first drug of choice, football. You know, I didn't have to deal with any of the stuff at school that normal kids go through. You know, and I had panic attacks in the classroom, and I always remember the book going around the class and sitting there, kind of going, oh, I couldn't verbalise it at that stage.
You didn't want to read.
I just started frightened to death, you know. It was going through there, and because I'm in such a mess, I think I said wheelie instead of really, and everybody laughed, and everyone laughed at me, and that pain, you know, normal kids seem to deal with it, but I couldn't. It felt very uncomfortable when I ran to the football pitch.
Interesting. So you were not a happy kid in many ways, and football and the football pitch was the place where you could find happiness, contentment, leave your troubles.
Absolutely that. You know, there was another situation with a couple of girls in that 14, 15 to highlight you where I was at that time of my life, and I remember I was doing 100 headers on my head, because I don't have to think and feel then if you're doing 100 headers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and she went past me and went, I want to go out with you, and I went, oh! So I remember putting the ball down, and we walked round the block. She kissed me on the corner, and then she went, I don't want to go out with you no more. But what I did, I picked the ball back up, and away I went again. Football was the thing that I run away to, and I had a reality. I didn't face anything as a kid, you know. All my thoughts and feelings. We weren't a family that, you know, discussed it at dinner in the evenings.
Your dad was a roofer. He was a tough guy who did a tough physical job.
Yeah, I think it was that generation, and my mum, you know, she cooked for him, and they were together because he didn't knock her about in the East End of London. You know, the old woman was getting a good hiding type of stuff, you know. It was the situation, and he didn't do that, and he went out and he worked and got some money, and my mum went, hallelujah, he's got the job, and he's kind of okay. But thoughts and feelings was never discussed, and my panic attack at school, they're not going to talk to me about that. What I did is put it in a box and buried it as deep as I could.
Because I'm just thinking about the arc of your life, and we'll get to the football in a minute, but we know, you know, you have more than most professional sports people. You've been very reflective about your upbringing, your background, everything that built you up as a person that was going on in your head, not just your physical prowess. And I just wonder whether you can relate to something we heard in this studio from an Australian writer recently, a guy called Tim Winton, who was writing about what he calls toxic masculinity. And he said this to us. He said, boys and men lead impoverished lives. They have such diminished access to language to express their strong feelings, because we all have strong feelings, but when you're a boy, they take away your license to express them. Can you relate to that?
No, absolutely. And he's very articulate, the man, and he's expressed it probably better than I can. In my simple terms, it was like I had the inability to speak to people, to tell them how I was. It's all about thoughts and feelings for me. I was in an environment where it was a weakness. If you showed any signs of saying, oh, I feel a bit vulnerable today, I'm not so good today.
A football dressing room, you simply cannot.
You just can't do that. You've got a person waiting in the wings with the same set of skills of you, waiting to take your job. Just imagine you now. You've got another interview down the road, outside this studio, going, right, if you actually make a mess of this interview, he's in and you're out.
Yeah.
You know, the pressure, there's certain pressures in all industries, but those are the ones where football, for instance, is a very, I agree with the guy, masculinity, you know, the kind of fight, never give in. These kind of tools don't show weakness. You know, it's you or them, isn't it?
So there you were as a 17-year-old, made your debut for Arsenal, proceeded then to play for 2 decades for the team you loved from boyhood, and you also, of course, played for England more than 60 times. You know, you were at the top of the tree. But through much of that, you were, frankly, drinking your way
the planet
through life. In such a chaotic state, your marriage fell apart, you were doing things that ended up humiliating you, you ended up briefly in prison because you drank while driving. You were a mess.
Thank you. Yeah, my drinking career and my football career ran side by side. By the first time I picked it up at 17, and I drank for effect. I never liked the taste, which is the insanity. If I drank brandy, I'd be sick straight up, so I used to put it in the Guinness to keep it down. And I tried to be a good drinker, but I wasn't. I was a complete mess, as you said. And at the start, I was a young man, and you know, 17, 18, 19, 20, football was enough for me. You know, and it was just weekends. It's a progressive illness for me. So it's Saturday night into Sunday. All of a sudden, you know, midweek, or it creeps up over the years. Certainly, if I was injured or holidays, you know, off periods, I was absolutely smashed because I didn't have football. I was either drunk or I was playing football.
How could you continue at the elite level of football, doing that to your body?
There was a lot of heavy drinkers in the game, which masked quite a lot of my behaviour. There was a period where we won the league in '91. Weirdly, it coincided. I didn't win another league title until I sobered up. So from '91 to '96, when I sobered up, I could get up for cup games. We won the European Cup, Winners' Cup, but I couldn't do it over the course of the season. So it was having a physiological effect on me that was slowly dragging me down alongside my football, and you know, pretty much in the year of '96 took that away from me.
You've been very open about this over many years. You wrote a memoir when you left the game, and you've since written another book about sobering up and how life has taken you since football. As times have changed, people have become more concerned about things like this phrase, duty of care. And I just wonder, when you reflect now, looking back at the way you were, the way Arsenal Football Club was, the way the England management were, how could it be that coaches, managers, fellow professionals who were alongside you could allow this to continue? Because they knew what you were doing, many of them, but they just turned a blind eye.
Well, not all of them. You know, there was some that, you know, when you've got the illness, you're either in denial, go away, I haven't got a problem, minimisation, I don't drink like him, or justification, you know, you'd drink if you had a wife like me or a life like me. So that's the kind of 3 issues. And other people didn't understand. I didn't understand, so why would they understand? And there was a big, huge drinking culture in the game at that problem as well. So a lot of it was normalised. And accepted, and it was pushed towards certain coaches and stuff, actually camaraderie, and the non-addicts, you know, some of my teammates, you know, they bonded over it and stuff. I just stayed there for 3 days afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, no question, you were not the only addict in the game. You are not the only addict in professional football, or indeed other elite sports as well. But you did something which very few others have done. You confronted it. You were very honest about it. You wrote your own account of it. But perhaps even more importantly, you decided to do something else, to help, to intervene, to help others who were in a similar place to yourself. You set up this foundation, Sporting Chance. Just tell me what you think is different about you that allowed you to confront it.
Alcohol gave me a good idea. This illness of addiction, it took me down and destroyed my life. It took everything away from me. It's a great remover. It destroyed me mentally until I got to the place where we talk about in recovery, the jumping off points where I didn't know how to kill myself, but I didn't know how to live. Thank the Lord I found a therapist and started going to therapy. I go to AA. And during this period of kind of coming to the first 2 years of my recovery, I was getting phone calls up and down the land of footballers and stuff saying, oh, I'm in real mess, I'm in a real mess, you know, help, type of stuff. And I'm not a psychotherapist, I'm not a counsellor, I'm not an expert in that field. I've just got my set of experiences. So I was sharing them with him, and I wasn't helping, I don't think. And I've got a set way that I got well, you know, through therapy, through one-to-one therapy, through going to AA meetings. And I kind of said, well, first of all, I was going to set up a foundation and put money into it, and then pay for people to go through the other residential clinics out there. But then I thought to myself, actually, is this working? Do I have to treat it holistically? The physical side of the illness, do I need to address that? And my clinic does. We have 12 sport therapies that run alongside the...
And you've helped hundreds. I mean, thousands of professional sports people. A lot of footballers, but other sports as well.
We did 900 last year, 2018.
And when you look at the younger footballers and others who are reaching out to sporting chants, you know, in their late teens, early 20s, is it still drink which is haunting them, or is it other addictions?
It's changed. The levels you kind of insinuated towards it earlier about alcohol, you know, how was I able to play at such a level and drink alcohol? Well, they can't today. The physical levels needed to play professional Premier League football is
the physical demands are so intense.
Exactly. So they can't drink. If they admit they do at the off periods again or injury, it's the time that they still do pick up.
But if it's not drink so much, what is it?
It's gambling. The new kiddie on the block, the big one on the block at the moment, is gambling. They've all swapped their addiction. It's always been a little bit of porn as well that kind of lanes into it. They're all gaming, but the 70% now of through just the charity, through the clinic, is gambling addicts, and it really changed their drug of choice.
Let me get personal with you then, because your first memoir was very much about the crash and burn of addiction during your playing career, and you said the pitch was basically your escape. It was the place where you could be free from all the troubles in your life. You no longer have that. And it seems to me if football was your addiction to a certain extent, weaning yourself away from playing must have been incredibly hard.
Yeah, it's harder than the drink, to be honest with you. You know, it's been part of my life since 5 years old, you know, watching my dad over Hackney Marshes. It's my life, you know, and if I don't get drinking dreams today, I get a few football dreams, you know, I think I'm still running across the park. So it's a grieving process like any loss. I think any loss, 17 years ago. I did choose to retire, which is very rare in our game. People go on maybe too long.
But you have to say to yourself as a footballer, I need to come to terms with the fact that the best years of my life, the biggest buzzes, the most adrenaline, the most glory and excitement I am ever going to have are between the ages of 18 and 33, and then I will never live that best life again. Do you have to say that to yourself?
I've got acceptance for that today, but I had the average career is only 5-6 years, PFA figures, so it's not the 18 to 33. 99% drop out at 21. Every boy that's signed at 16, 90% of EPL clubs, 99 now it's gone up, drop out the system by 21. There's a huge fallout, and some of them never have careers. I was lucky enough that I did everything that I wanted to do. I got 6 years sober, 2 doubles when I was sober. It was easy to gain physically, emotionally, and mentally.
I get all that. And your
do I say to myself, of course, I would love to play football. You know, the physical, emotional, and mental buzz that you get from playing that, I'm never going to get again. Thank you for reminding me. But I'm 17 years
But this is hard talk, and I've got to dig into these areas that are hard for you, because you, post-football, you went into management. It seems to me you decided that football could still give you some of that buzz, and you tried to manage in the UK with Wycombe, with Portsmouth. You went to Azerbaijan, you went to China, you went all over the world looking for that management success, but it never really came.
I was a manager. Obviously, I was only manager at a certain level. What I was doing in the last 17 was travelling, was having experiences, working in 7 different countries in the last 17 years, and in all different departments of the football industry. You know, sports director, I was vice president of the Chinese company, and I was just having experiences out there to find what I was like and what I did like, what the coaching, the managing, all the different jobs that go into football, and some of them I went, yeah, I quite like that. You know, I quite like that emotional mental. I'll never get, like you said, I'll never get that physical buzz alongside it. I'll never get onto the green turf again, but coaching and managing does get you, coaching in particular, gets you a little bit closer to the grass, which I quite like.
But what about, sorry to interrupt, but it's just, I was struck in the book by your honesty in describing how there you were in China, a long way away from family, which means so much to you, and you had a breakdown.
I did.
And this is only, 2 or 3 years ago. You sobbed, and this is quoting from the book, sobbed like a baby. I was beset by panic attacks, bout of depression. I'd never had it like this before. It came as a huge, overwhelming shock. It was terrifying, and I was paralyzed.
It was, and after, 19 years without a drink, and emotionally and mentally, you said, I'm lucky enough that I've got a life today. I thought I'd be dead at 30, so this is all a bonus to me, but I'm sitting there and kind of going, look, I've got the world. I've got such a peaceful head, loving heart, wonderful family, beautiful everything. And I was sitting there, and the fun of life had gone out of it. It actually, I had a stress with my stents. I had a couple of stents put in. One of my main arteries was, my main artery was 99% closed. I came this close to death without dying. And that trauma frightened the life out of me, and it came out about 2 years after, when I was sitting in China. It's kind of normal, but because of the stress, PTSD, whatever you call it, post-traumatic stress disorder, because of the heart thing, 2 years later, I'm kind of thinking now, I don't want to die. I've got such a great life today. And it put the fear of God into me.
Let me ask you, because you are more reflective, I think, than many footballers choose to be, not just about the game, but about life, I just want to ask you about the state of your sport today. There are several things. One is the extreme amount of money that is in football today, particularly in the UK game, because of the strength of the Premier League. I think they've got a TV deal worth over £9 billion. You never had an agent. Players today, they're earning up to £300,000 or £400,000 a week, and the agents involved in their transfers are pulling in tens of millions for each move. Is money, in your view, the different scale of money, corroding football?
Well, the 4 richest men in football are agents, so that says a lot about the game. 50% of footballers within the 3 years of retirement are still going skin, even though they earn that amount of money, and so 50% of them get divorced. I think the gambling, and I want to kind of get into that, because we said earlier about they've changed their drug of choice, and a lot of them are, it's 36 gambling companies attached to the 92 clubs.
Yeah, gambling companies sponsor football in a big way.
And that, because there's money around, I think they've targeted footballers. You get percentages if you get more kids on board, mentors.
We've talked about toxic masculinity, and you've talked about the dressing room codes where speaking from the heart was actually a very difficult thing to do, and showing vulnerability. Let me ask you just a very simple but complex question in football. Did you ever play alongside gay footballers?
I think so. I think there's a couple. I didn't really see them. I never see people, my colleagues, as black or white or what country they came from. I saw footballers, and I'm sure.
But the point is that in the British game, there has never been a footballer who felt able to come out while still playing professional football at the top level in England. I mean, how?
I think we're close.
Do you?
I hope so. I think society's changed. There's a lot of issues that are coming out there. I think we are. I think we're more acceptable, and it's happened in other sports, and football a little bit slower to go in this respect. And I think we're very close.
And one other issue which is very topical in the professional game today, which is racism, and the degree to which black players for the first time are really, rather than sort of keeping their heads down and bearing the abuse that comes from the terraces, they are saying, we cannot and will not accept this anymore. And after that international where the English players were abused in Montenegro, there was a real debate about whether players, frankly, for their own mental health as much as anything else, should walk off the field rather than accept this sort of abuse. What's your feeling about that?
It's very difficult. It's really, going back to when I played, when I first started, it was horrific. They had bananas. They used to throw carrots at me regular.
Because you were
known as the donkey and stuff,
but one of your great mates, Ian Wright, who was a black player for Arsenal. I mean, he had terrible abuse, and so many black players in that era. They had the abuse, but they just were programmed in a way to ignore it because there was nothing they could do. And I just wonder whether things are changing.
It's a reflection of society. Football don't stand outside of it, and I think you've got they mirror it, and you know, I think we're tackling it in society. It's got its elements and individuals at times that are not cover themselves in glory, but and the same in football. So I think that it's a reflection of, and listen, you know, I don't condone any of it, and we need it. I think it's up to the association, even like the gambling and stuff. It's going to fall back to the FA, the governing body, and then probably governmental to actually step in these situations.
But put it this way,
put the players out of the position to actually have to make those decisions.
Well, I understand what you're saying. It's not really a decision for players, but just put it this way: if you were Arsenal's captain today and you were playing in a big game and your black teammates were being abused from the terraces and it was completely obvious and to you unacceptable, would you as captain say, we're getting off this field?
I wouldn't have a shadow about it, if that was the necessary thing to do. See, it happened in our game and no one stood up, you know, and it kind of kept happening. And it's not until these, you know, take a line with it and say, look, this is not on. You know, you need to do things that something is wrong here. Until you can get there, then I don't think you're going to ever change the situation.
Final thought, because we're out of time, but we've talked a lot about the state of football today, and we've also talked about the way you had to navigate through an immensely sort of pressurized existence as an elite footballer. You've got sons of your own. After everything we've discussed, would you say to your boys, if they've got the talent, they should go for it? They should try to become professional footballers?
Absolutely, it's fantastic. You know, I had 22 unbelievable years. I would never ever discourage anybody, but the facts, the reality is, it's very, very hard, because the education years for a professional footballer are the same as education in life, and we are taking steps to kind of making these players more aware of their thoughts and feelings. I've turned it on its head, really. The thoughts and feelings, we're talking about it today. Issues that you've brought up today about racism and gay and addiction and all this stuff, it's actually out there. People are actually talking about it, you know. It was all shoved under the carpet in professional football. It was all shoved under the carpet. It never got spoken about it. So we're getting some awareness around it. It's fantastic that the president of the FA, Prince William's, talking about it now, and people are starting to take action, and gambling needs to come out of football, and people need to speak about these issues. It's fantastic that we all are now.
Tony Adams, it's been a pleasure having you on the Hard Talk. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure, Phil.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content. APM, American Public Media, with support from A to Z Wineworks, combining commerce with conscience. A to Z Wineworks is committed to offering food-friendly Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, and Chardonnay. A to Z Wineworks, the essence of Oregon.
Welcome to BBC Trending with me, Raha Kansara. Coming up, what's it like being a social media star in one of the least connected places on Earth? Faisal lives in Indian-administered Kashmir, where the internet is often cut off or slowed down to a trickle. On top of that, the Indian government has banned the app on which he has his biggest following. So how does he cope? That's BBC Trending after the news.
BBC News with Julie Candler. President Trump is still refusing to acknowledge his election defeat to Joe Biden and has sent out another barrage of tweets claiming the vote was stolen. He provided no evidence to support his claim, but pointed the finger at postal votes in cities such as Philadelphia and Detroit. Senior figures in Mr. Trump's Republican Party have largely remained silent, but one report in US media say his advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner has tried to persuade him to concede. In his first policy initiative since becoming president-elect, Joe Biden says he will set up a task force to try to curb the coronavirus pandemic. He's also preparing a series of executive actions to be implemented as soon as he takes office in January. They include informing the UN that America wishes to rejoin the global effort to combat climate change. The Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has sacked key members of his administration as fighting continues in the northern region of Tigray. The army chief, head of intelligence and foreign minister were all replaced. There's been no explanation for the sackings. The president of Azerbaijan says his country's forces have captured Shusha, the second biggest city in the disputed enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh. However, an advisor to the Nagorno-Karabakh region's self-declared president told the BBC that the city was still a battlefield. Security forces in Belarus have been detaining large numbers of people on the 13th consecutive Sunday of anti-government protests since the country's widely discredited presidential election. The Human Rights Monitoring Group says more than 400 people have been arrested, the vast majority in the capital Minsk. Riot police in Thailand have used water cannon against protesters calling for reform of the monarchy during a large demonstration in the capital Bangkok. Activists were targeted as they tried to push their way past a barricade. BBC News.
You're 43 minutes late.
43?
Yes, it's 4:43 here.
I think I got out. No. On any other occasion, I wouldn't be as mortified as I am, being so late to an interview. I clumsily miscalculated the time difference between the UK and India, and my chat with Varsal was severely delayed. I know, I'm so sorry.
You told me before, and it's 5 right now.
Come on, you know what Indian... I tried to make a joke. You know what Indian timing's like.
Yeah, I know.
But ultimately, I've kept Varsal from Indian-administered Kashmir, arguably one of the most digitally locked places in the world, waiting. Unfortunately, waiting is something Varsal is used to. He doesn't have high-speed internet access like many of us around the world do. And while other parts of India enjoy 4G internet, Jammu and Kashmir bounces between no internet to slow internet, restrictions on social media, and phone connections cut. We'll get into all the politics later on. But despite the barriers, Varsal's managed to become a successful social media star. I'm Raha Kansara, and today on Trending, the struggle for social media success in one of the least connected parts of the world. My relationship with Varsal is very interesting. I've been following him on TikTok for some time before we spoke. He piqued my curiosity in a way no other influencer in the region previously had. Because unlike most other Kashmiris on social media, his following is huge.
जो बंदा तुम्हारे डायरेक्ट मैसेज को सीरियसली नहीं लेता उसको तुम्हारे इनडायरेक्ट स्टेटस से क्या फर्क पड़ेगा?
A scroll through his accounts reveals a dashing young man with thick, dark, clipped hair, a strong jawline, and a youthful, playful smile that extends beyond his cheeks and into his brown eyes. Over here, he's lip-syncing to a Hindi song. Much of his allure comes from skits like this. He's indoors, fully in frame, like a portrait in motion, acting quite well, actually. His friend Faizan is a regular on his profile, and they enact dub-smash-style videos with audio-dubbed dialogues or songs from popular Hindi films and TV. Always joking. They're funny, flirtatious, inviting, and quintessentially Bollywood. I asked him how it all started. What did you get famous by doing?
From TikTok. I was out with Faizan. I was like, let's make a TikTok video. And I made it, but it was not that quite perfect because I was new on it.
This was in 2018.
So day by day passed, we started making videos. It was like my 30th video, which got viral. It got more than 100k likes.
What was it?
As I remember, it was a very conceptual video. It was a video of two brothers who were proposing a girl. And it was a very quite funny video.
Now Varsal has nearly 750,000 followers and nearly 30 million likes on the platform, which in TikTok terms is impressive. particularly in Kashmir. And on the back of his TikTok fame, he's built up a small but respectable following on other social media.
And in some months, I guess in 2 or 3 months, I got famous.
Famous is probably a bit of an overstatement, but he was starting to get recognized until it all came to a crashing halt. I'll explain how in a minute, but first, some background. Indian-administered Kashmir is widely known as heaven on earth.
There are valleys, there are lakes. There's so much beauty.
But it's also notorious for being the most militarized region in the world, with the conflict dating back to the partition of British India in 1947. Since then, it's been a source of dispute which country the region rightfully belongs to. Is it India, neighbouring Pakistan, or even standing alone as an independent nation? India controls it, but the region has seen 3 wars, border skirmishes between India, Pakistan and China, and militant attacks. Outbreaks of violence have continued periodically until today.
But when the clashes begin, everything gears the out of us. We don't know when the clashes will begin.
The Indian government has increasingly put restrictions on life in the province, including on the internet. They've argued that communications blackouts stop militants from strategizing online and in turn maintain order. However, last year marked the beginning of the longest communications lockdown in the region. On 4th August 2019, the Indian government cut off internet access and phone lines. There was an instant blackout. A day later, it revoked Article 370 of the Indian Constitution. This stripped the region of its special autonomy status. The Indian government claims it was an integration effort to put the region on the same footing as the rest of India.
They were like that till 15 August, nothing will work, everyone will be at his home, okay? And when it first happened, we were like, yeah, 10-15 days, it will get back. The internet will get back, the phone calls, mobile calls will get back.
What Vasil didn't expect was a 5-month blackout.
We waited for more than 5 months, nothing returned, not a single thing.
His life as a social media star suddenly came to a halt.
I have cried in my room that I was so fed up with this place. Like we were stuck in a room for whole day without phone calls, without internet, without any kind of information. I was flying before this all happened. When I go to school, I walk on the street, somebody comes. Hey, hi, Vasil. I'm a big fan. Can I get a selfie? And I was flying, I swear. I was invited at events. But after this, every single thing changed.
Shortly after it was imposed, the United Nations called it a collective punishment that should be reversed. The Indian government disagreed. The Home Affairs Minister said that a lack of phone connection was not a human rights violation. Then in January, the situation shifted a bit when the government restored internet access, but limited speeds to achingly slow 2G. And then in June, when tensions between India and China were high, the Indian government banned TikTok, the app on which Vasil had his biggest following.
So ban हुआ होता रहता है यार इससे पहले डब स्मैश था उससे पहले कुछ था मैड लिप्स था so
On the 30th of June, Vasil posted his last video on the app. He explained, whatever's happened has happened. First it was dub smash, then mad lips. What can you do? I still want to make you all laugh again. So come to YouTube, come to Instagram. I'm not running away.
Yeah, what's up? It's Vasil this side. Today I'm going to show you what kind of speed we have in Kashmir. Let us see. Our profile doesn't load.
During the pandemic, I've been working mostly from home. The internet occasionally lags. It seldom cuts out completely. But when it does, I can switch back and forth from Wi-Fi and 4G instantly if I have to. I complain of Zoom fatigue. I'm fed up of communicating with people over webcams and video calls. But in Kashmir, they're fed up of slow internet. Full stop.
Everybody uses Instagram, okay? You use Instagram. If you're uploading a 15 seconds video on Instagram, how much it will take? You tell me how much it will take.
I mean, it will upload for me quite instantly.
In how many seconds?
Maybe
4 seconds or 5
maybe
seconds?
yeah, like 3, 4, 5 seconds.
Yeah. For us, it take a half an hour or more.
Throttling mobile phone internet isn't just damaging to people using social media, it's also damaging to the region. Businesses with e-shops are closed. Students can't access online classes. And during a pandemic, with limited access outside, people are finding they don't have much to do. Vasil himself is in limbo. He's finished college, but because universities in Kashmir are closed, he can't move on.
Everybody in the world uses Netflix. My friends outside of Kashmir, they were like, you must watch Money Heist. You must watch Dark. I'm like, how the hell can I? The Netflix doesn't open, bro. It doesn't load. The movie doesn't load.
But BBC journalist Amir Birzada in Kashmir says the wider impact it's having is far more damaging.
Panic has gripped the whole valley. Militant and armed forces gun battles are increasing every day. Businesses are suffering because it's been more than a year. It's shut. There's no tourism here. Schools, colleges, universities have been shut from last 1 year. So uncertainty is the word, which is well suited for Kashmir. Although government of India said that revoking special status will bring peace, development, prosperity to the region. But when we see on ground, we don't see much has changed.
A local human rights group, the Jammu and Kashmir Coalition of Civil Society, would agree. They produced a report referring to the current situation as digital apartheid. Ms. Bareshi was a researcher on the report.
It is legalized, it is systemic in nature, it's structural, and it is a form of collective punishment. The ways in which you have government orders that allow for this.
One section in the report told how Kashmiri women living in Delhi died in a fire. Her family in Kashmir couldn't be informed because of the internet blackout. So a family friend had to fly all the way from Delhi to tell them. Another section explained that social exclusion had become a major consequence of network shutdowns. Misbah says that Vasil's not the only one living this way. She cites another report by the NGO Doctors Without Borders, which says that 45% of people in Kashmir have a mental health problem.
Within that context, when your social media platforms become a space where you channelize the sort of energy that you want to put out to express yourself, I think just that gets impacted so much. And whether it is in order to earn a livelihood or it is just in order to express yourself, to be yourself and to have a safe space on the internet, I think this internet shutdown took that away and didn't allow people to sort of be themselves.
Months after I'd first found Vasil online, I came across something he'd posted on Instagram. Up till this point, I'd not once seen him post about Kashmiri politics or criticize the government, but it was clear he had had enough. I saved a video of yours. I'm gonna play it.
Okay.
Basically, the thing is, they don't want the people of Kashmir. All they want is the land of Kashmir.
This is the truth.
Why did you decide to make that video?
My friend posted a video on Instagram about Kashmir. He got so much abuse, like kill them, you are terrorists. And I just posted a simple thing that they don't want the people of Kashmir.
Over time, Vasil's frustrations turned into an outburst of posts. Suddenly, there was an activist streak in him, even though he claims he's not political. There's another thing that you posted. You wrote, if you were blue for Sudan in solidarity with Palestine, and if you posted black and white selfies in support of women, what stops you from going red for Kashmir?
The things happened in Palestine, or the things which happened in US with the Black Lives, it got viral with the help of social media, with the help of media, with the help of people, okay? If the Indian media is not showing people what is happening in Kashmir, how the hell will they support us?
When I think back to these posts and stories from Vasil's Instagram, I never got the impression that he was a political activist. He's a budding influencer, carving out a niche in the world of social media. Amidst war, skirmishes, internet shutdowns, curfews, and now a pandemic. But it's the internet being shut or slowed down that's frustrated him.
सबका मूड स्पॉइल हो चुका है, सबका। मेरे दोस्त लोग इधर हैं, तो अभी हम जा रहे हैं वहाँ ऊपर।
A couple of months ago, Vasil planned a trip with friends to Pahalgam, a hill station in the mountains. He vlogged his journey for YouTube, but politics intruded on his plans to reach there.
भड़का हुआ होता हूँ, हमेशा।
The army didn't let us, and I was so angry. They checked us, they checked the kids, like, what are you having in these bags? What is this? Why are you having a camera? I was like, I'm a vlogger and I have to vlog. They were like, shut off the camera. And then I don't have that clip because they took my camera away on the same moment.
Amir, our BBC colleague, used the word uncertainty to explain how Kashmiris feel. Kashmiris would argue they've been living with it for decades, stripping the state of its autonomy and living with a communications lockdown that has lasted more than a year is only an added layer. In fact, Amir also says
it's a new normal for Kashmir. They've got used to it.
We approached the Indian government several times to find out when they expect to reinstate high-speed internet in the province. They did not give us a response. Local news reports suggest they've extended the ban until 12th November. Whether it will be restored thereafter is unknown. We also asked them how they'd respond to claims that limits on the internet unduly restricts the freedom of Kashmiri citizens, but we never heard back. Azadi, the Urdu word for freedom, has become a rallying cry in Kashmir. But it's not just about choice or independence. For Vasil, Azadi is having the same rights as his friends in Delhi, watching Money Heist on Netflix, uploading a video on YouTube without it taking more than 24 hours, seeing friends whenever he wants, and growing a presence on social media. Prominent Indian writer Arundhati Roy says the conflict in Kashmir will only be resolved if Kashmiris are given a chance to freely tell the world what they want. All Vasil wants is for the fighting to stop.
We don't have any kind of issue with the Indian people, okay? We love them. They are our brothers, they are our sisters too, okay?
And to freely access the internet.
I don't know how fast I was growing. I was getting, I guess, 1,000 followers a day. Like, I was about to get to 1 million in 1 month or 2 months. My every friend who was in contact with me, who was a social media influencer, he had 1 million followers now. And I'm still stuck on 70K.
That's it for this edition of BBC Trending with me, Raha Kansara. A huge thanks to BBC journalist Amir Birzada for his insight, editor Mike Wendling, Ed Main and Hal Haynes for mixing this episode. If you want to get in touch, maybe you've seen something online, then you can do so by emailing me at reha.kansara, that's reha.kansara @bbc.co.uk. Also, we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube. Just search for BBC Trending and follow us. We'll be back with another episode on the BBC World Service very soon.
Hi, I'm David Edmonds of the BBC World Service, and this is The Big Idea. I found the most fascinating ideas around and the people who thought them up, and I'm going to do my best to explain them. Today's big idea: how to identify a bad cop.
To the United States first, and an investigation is underway in Minneapolis into the death of another black man in police custody.
May the 25th, 2020, Minneapolis. The killing of George Floyd by white police officer Derek Chauvin is all captured on video. Demonstrations spread throughout the United States, coalescing around the slogan, Black Lives Matter. And then from Minneapolis to Manchester, Mexico City to Melbourne, the movement expands across the world. A central demand is to tackle racist police forces.
I think it's actually creating the biggest legitimacy crisis that the modern police in common law countries have faced since the founding of this police model 200 years ago in London.
Lawrence Sherman is Professor of Criminology at the University of Cambridge. His proposal is simple to understand, tougher to accomplish. Why not identify the rogue cops beforehand?
If people aren't victimized by crimes of violence in the first place, that's far better than catching people after they've done it and punishing them, which, as many families of murder victims will say, it won't bring back the victim.
Of course, there have always been bad apples within the police, but past efforts to identify them have not worked well. Lawrence Sherman says what we need is hard evidence, and there's a powerful predictor of which cops will be involved in unlawful shootings. Unsurprisingly, it's their past record.
The severe rogue cops have this pattern of multiple disciplinary actions, complaints by the public, vehicle accidents, and that's why I'm pretty confident they would be predictable if we could ever assemble a proper database. The spectacular, horrible video of George Floyd's death at the hands of Derek Chauvin is a case in point of somebody who has had at least 17 complaints, 3 prior shooting incidents, had been reprimanded but not stopped from being a police officer.
Some rogue cops are worse than others. Some are what might be called super spreaders. A study in Chicago examined 247,000 complaints against the police and found that a few cops were linked to many complaints. And they seem to be infecting the behavior of others. What's more,
when those officers get transferred, as they often are, as a way of getting rid of a problem officer in a big police department, the risk that they carry with them is that there will be a shooting in that new social network because they get into that network and perhaps influence people.
If we identify cops we think pose a threat to the public, Lawrence Sherman says we should remove them from frontline roles. Even better would be not to recruit the bad apples in the first place. The data helping us predict who's going to be a rogue cop is sketchy. Still, from US research, a few patterns have emerged. A New York study suggests male police officers are twice as likely to shoot as female, and when they do shoot, they use 2/3 more bullets. Another lesson is that police hired at 18 are more dangerous than those hired at 25.
What makes this case so especially alarming is that even at a time of heightened racial tensions, a white police officer thought he could shoot an African American in the back and then kick him on the ground afterwards. It will increase the already urgent demands for a major overhaul of American policing.
There's also a fascinating study in which police officers were asked a series of questions. For example, how upset they'd be to be called racist. They were then put into laboratory simulations in which they faced policing dilemmas in a virtual world.
Surprisingly, officers who were saying in advance that they'd be extremely concerned if they were called racist, they were more likely to shoot black people in the simulation videos.
Another question asked policemen about how self-confident they were in their masculinity.
People secure in their masculinity were less likely to pull the trigger. It was the ones who were insecure who were more likely to shoot.
In many parts of the world, there are tensions between the police and racial minorities. It seems obvious that relations might be improved if more police were recruited from minority backgrounds and if the police force were more diverse. But would it solve the bad apple problem?
There is no evidence in the United States to show that making police forces more diverse makes them less likely to generate rogue cops. And I don't think that we can approach it with a kind of simple vaccine notion that if a police force has a lot more diversity, it's not going to have any problems, because the evidence just doesn't support that.
Suppose we fail to sift out the bad apples at recruitment. Are there ways to change police culture so that there's no fertile soil in which rogue cops can flourish? Many criminologists are optimistic that body cameras will have a transformative effect on moderating police behaviour. Also important, says Lawrence Sherman, is police training in what's called procedural justice.
Right, listen, open the vehicle, please, or we are going to have to put the windows in.
Professor Sherman is famous for advocating randomised control trials in criminology. One such experiment took place in Brisbane. Police officers were randomly allocated to one of two groups. Only one group was taught procedural justice, how to deal with the public in a friendly, polite, unthreatening and cooperative fashion.
If you have a police officer who does traffic stops and he pulls somebody over and says, "All right, lady, you know the drill," as opposed to, "Excuse me, ma'am, I think you broke the traffic laws back there. Could I see your driver's license, please?" That's one illustration of procedural justice. It's just a matter of treating people with respect and dignity rather than trying to show that the police officer is in charge and in control.
In the Brisbane experiment, those taught procedural justice were later observed to have more easygoing, less edgy encounters with the public.
Generally, throughout the English-speaking world, that kind of training is not delivered in police academies, which still tend to be focused on black-letter law, what's the definition of each crime, and how do you fill out the crime reports is sort of the nuts and bolts of the job rather than the broader skills for making the police relationship to the public as productive and collaborative as it can be.
Rogue cops are, of course, a global problem, and a solution in one country won't necessarily work in another. In the US, the incidents that blow up into huge community crises tend to be in cities. In fact, in cities, there are usually more checks and safeguards on the behavior of police than in rural areas.
Sometimes big cities get the reputation for having worse cops. In my analysis in the United States, I actually show a negative relationship between size of the city and people being killed by the police. The larger the city, the smaller the rate of police killings.
Nonetheless, it's often a killing by a rogue cop in a city such as Minneapolis that ignites widespread unrest. Research on how to predict the bad police apples is still at an early stage, but Lawrence Sherman is hopeful. The worldwide rallies in the wake of George Floyd's murder have been dominated by young people.
I think that young people have focused on the police in a way that creates a window of opportunity to make meaningful reforms. As it's often been said, this is a chance to say, we can't let this good crisis go to waste.
That's it for this edition of The Big Idea on the BBC World Service. I'm David Edmonds and the producer was Robbie Wojciechowski. You can listen to more Big Ideas at bbcworldservice.com.
This is the BBC World Service, and on the inquiry this week...
Pro-democracy protests have happened before in Thailand, but there's something new about the latest one. The king is being publicly criticised. That's a serious criminal offence. I'm Charmaine Cozier. We're asking, why are people protesting against the Thai monarchy?
The inquiry at bbcworldservice.com/inquiry. You're listening to the BBC World Service.
Washington reporter Anthony Tsoka has more.
Our South America correspondent Katie Watson reports from Brazil.
Well, our Europe regional editor Mike Sanders is here in the studio.
Our Americas editor Candace Pearce began by telling me about...
On air, online, on smartphone and on smart speaker. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
This is KTNA Talkeetna, 88.9 FM.
Global news headlines were all about the presidential election of 2020.
And it left people around the world wondering, what is an electoral college and how long does it take to count postal votes?
But the election also displayed a unique but robust system of democracy in action.
As the election results become clearer, what sort of nation will the next president of the United States inherit?
And what's ahead for the party that lost?
I'm Katty Kay of the BBC World Service.
And I'm Carlos Watson of Aussie Media.
Join us as we discuss the extraordinary presidential election of 2020.
Coming up on When Katty Met Carlos after the news.
Hello, this is Julie Candler with the BBC News. President Trump is still refusing to acknowledge his election defeat to Joe Biden and has sent out another barrage of tweets claiming the vote was stolen. He provided no evidence to support his claim, but singled out cities such as Philadelphia and Detroit. Senior figures in Mr. Trump's Republican Party have largely remained silent. Will Grant reports.
As Americans who voted for Joe Biden recover from their night of celebration, President Trump has continued to show he has little intention of either acknowledging his rival's win or conceding gracefully. He has made no comment on the victory speech by President-elect Biden or Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Instead, he has posted tweets quoting conservative constitutional lawyers which echo his allegations of electoral fraud, but for which he hasn't presented any clear evidence. Meanwhile, congressional Republican leaders, including the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, have remained quiet over Joe Biden's win, with only a handful congratulating him.
Joe Biden's team is pressing ahead with preparations for him to take office, including launching a transition website today. Mr. Biden has begun his first full day as president-elect by going to church and is expected to meet advisors later. Matthew Bryser, a former U.S. ambassador under President Obama, says Mr. Biden's whole approach to geopolitics will be different.
What President Biden will want to do is to restore the traditional role of the United States, the leadership role, with NATO at the center, and restore a foreign policy based on working together through the transatlantic alliance to pursue common interests. Trump preferred to single out individual countries and have a transactional diplomacy that aimed at a zero-sum improvement of U.S. interests, rather than a sense of our collective transatlantic common interests.
Mr. Biden used his victory speech to reach out to the more than 70 million Americans who voted for his opponent, Donald Trump. Addressing cheering supporters at an event near his home in Delaware, he said it was time to put away the harsh rhetoric. The security forces in Belarus are reported to have detained more than 500 people on the 13th consecutive Sunday of anti-government protests since the country's widely discredited presidential election. Our Europe editor Danny Eberhard reports.
For 3 months now, Belarusians have been demanding the resignation of Alexander Lukashenko, so far without success. This Sunday's protest was billed as a march of democracy, but the capital, Minsk, did not see the huge grouped rallies seen on many previous weekends. This made it easier for the security forces to disperse the thousands who turned out. Among the many detained are said to be a former Miss Belarus. Video footage shows numerous cases of beatings during arrests by men in balaclavas.
BBC News. Riot police in Thailand have used water cannon against protesters calling for reform of the monarchy during a large demonstration in the capital, Bangkok. Activists were targeted as they tried to push their way past barricaded buses and barbed wire during a march for the democracy movement towards the Grand Palace. They were calling for dialogue with the royal family. Azerbaijan says it has captured Shusha, the second biggest city in the disputed enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh, although Armenia denies this. 6 weeks ago, clashes broke out between them over the region, which is recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but controlled by ethnic Armenians. Rehan Dmitry reports.
There was jubilation in Azerbaijan's capital, Baku, with people dancing in the streets and cars honking their horns to celebrate the latest news from the front line, the capture of the town of Shusha. President Ilham Aliyev announced this victory in an address to the nation on Sunday. Mr. Aliyev gave few details, but said the Azeri nation had been waiting for this day for over 28 years. Armenia's defense ministry, however, said on Sunday that heavy fighting over the control of the town was still ongoing. Azerbaijan considers Shusha the cradle of its culture. Bolivia's new president, Luis Arce, has been inaugurated at a ceremony in La Paz. King Felipe of Spain and several South American leaders watched him take his oath, a year after the resignation of President Evo Morales. Mr. Morales says he was forced into exile amid fraud allegations. He's vowed to return to Bolivia on Monday. One of the world's oldest libraries, the Vatican has teamed up with a cybersecurity firm to protect its collection from hackers. The Apostolic Library, founded in the 15th century, contains around 80,000 texts and manuscripts. Officials say they deal with 100 hacking threats a day. BBC News.
Caddy, so what do what a crazy couple of days here. Where's your mind on the election?
I literally had to use... I had to use the time that you were recording that interview to go and fix my hair and makeup so that I can be on TV in 10 minutes with the breaking news. So I have just done the fastest makeup job upstairs in my bathroom that anyone has ever done, but I'm now presentable. What were you saying, Carlos?
Where's your mind right now on this election?
Whew, my mind is thinking, wouldn't it be nice to have a couple of good nights sleep and a holiday? Hello, I'm Catty Kay in Washington.
And I'm Carlos Watson in California.
And welcome to When Catty Met Carlos,
our new program from the BBC World Service and Aussie Media. Catty, you must be exhausted.
It's been a long few days, Carlos.
Indeed, but you know, it's been in some ways more tranquil than many suggested it would be if it was this close.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, in a way, we have been warned about this for ages. Like, I kept thinking on election night, you know, we knew this would happen, that there would be a ton of votes counted on election day that would go to Donald Trump, and then all the Democratic votes would come in after that. And so we all knew it intellectually. It was kind of a different thing to be living it in the moment. That felt like much more of a roller coaster, and it felt much more uncertain. I think we're used to elections providing, you know, winners and losers, and it was a bit bewildering in a way to be thrown into this moment where there was no clarity.
Joe Biden has taken a small lead in 2 of the battleground American states yet to declare their election results. He's ahead by 6,000.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly. A lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, to name just a few.
For me, one of the most interesting things was all of this surprises, not just at the top of the ballot, the presidential race, but what happened in some of the Senate and House races where it looks like Democrats will lose seats in the House and, for all we know, may or may not take control of the Senate. As we tape this on Friday morning in America, the count in several states is still too close to call.
But things are swinging towards a victory for Joe Biden.
If Donald Trump's presidency does turn out to be a one-term administration, what will that mean for the future of the Republican Party?
Joining us first today to talk about it is Brian Lanza. He's a Republican strategist, and he was a member of President Trump's 2016 team.
Well, I was talking to a Chinese friend of mine from China this morning, and he goes, it seems to me, he goes, Trump's even more powerful. He goes, in China, we have a president and then we have a supreme leader. He goes, it seems to me that Trump's just become the supreme leader to the Republican Party. I wrote this down because I'm going to submit it to the team later. He does the opposition government, the sort of the UK style, and in the year from now, he goes back to holding rallies for GOP candidates running for Congress, running for Senate. That way he can do those rallies and stuff like that. And then after the midterms, he just goes on full campaign mode. Nobody in the GOP will challenge him. I mean, nobody has the strength, the depth, the money. And it'll be him versus Biden. And you guys will cover it because Joe Biden's boring.
So, Brian, what's the president's strategy?
You know, I think at this point, you know, he wants to see where the final votes are, you know, and then, you know, figure out what his legal options are after that. He feels he has probably been injured in Pennsylvania. with the respect to some of the county rules and have changed. He's got to make that case. But, with this close an election right now, he just feels that there's enough evidence for him to raise questions about the integrity of the electoral process in some of these states.
Let's say, we get through the legal process and it becomes clear that Joe Biden has got to 270 electoral college votes, whether that's in the next few days or in the next week or two. Do you think, knowing Donald Trump as well as you do, that he'd be prepared to walk away? Would he be prepared to concede and say, yep, you know what, I lost?
That would be, my advice to him. He still has a very, powerful political career ahead of him. He got 5 million more votes than in 2016, so he's not going anywhere. His strength is only increasing. I think he's got to look at the overall picture to what impact he wants to have on the party going forward. If he's short-sighted and says, hey, I'm going to fight for this, I'm going to hold out, their processes and goes through legal challenges and fails, it's hard for him to go forward beyond that politically. But if he does the right route and says, hey, we did the due diligence out of responsibility for my voters, they wanted to make sure that the count was done, we've taken it to the highest court, we've adjudicated it, it's time to move on. I think that gives him more strength in the party to be here for a very long time and not just be an asterisk from 2016 to 2020.
These claims of being robbed of the election, these claims that he has already won before even the votes are counted, it does no service to democracy. It's not, for a start, it's not true. He hasn't already won because the votes haven't been counted. And doesn't it undermine confidence in democracy and in the process in a country that is already so skeptical and where people don't believe anything they hear? Would you counsel him to carry on like this, saying these things?
Absolutely not. First of all, because the statement is not accurate. It doesn't, you don't have to spend a lot of time watching television and listening to cable radio to know that the vote's not complete yet. So, election night, listen, I've been in tough elections. I've been where we've had to do recounts and recanvasses. I've been on the winning side of some of them, and I've been on the losing side of them. It sucks. It's terrible. But you still have to go through that process. You still have to go through the count. I do think that was a pretty significant error on his part earlier in the week.
But there's a chance. Look, we don't know where we are, and things are moving very fast. There is a chance that he loses without those segregated out votes in Pennsylvania, the votes that arrived after Election Day anyway. He could lose anyway, correct, right? Either in Pennsylvania or in Georgia or in Nevada. And at that point, does he carry on litigating?
I would hope not, because I do think the president, like I said, he's gained 5 million more supporters than 2016. I think he has a long political future ahead of him of impacting the party for a very long time. And not only that, you've got to look at 2024. The world predicted he was going to be losing, by double digits, by 11 million votes. He was going to be losing Wisconsin by 17 points, which equals to about 1 million votes there. Everybody got it wrong. But if you're a Trump supporter, you viewed these polls as suppression polls, as polls put out there to numb enthusiasm for your candidate. I think he can make that case that the media, that the election was rigged against him, that the media put the thumb on the scale, and he's coming back he's coming back stronger to right that wrong. I think he can make that narrative. But going forward without any real argument to saying ballots have been fraudulently casted or all these types of frauds are taking place without any real evidence, I think that hurts him going forward.
I guess the question is, does it hurt the country going forward? Look, one thing that is abundantly clear coming out of this is that the nation is bitterly divided between people who really, really love Donald Trump and divided between people who really, really hate Donald Trump. If you're right and Donald Trump isn't going anywhere and is going to be this incredibly powerful force in the Republican Party, is it possible to bring those two sides together over the next 4 years?
Yeah, listen, I look at the President Trump's support in ethnic communities, in African-American communities that doubled among, African-American women and doubled among African-American men. It increased among the Asian community and increased among the Latino community. I think people do see a path where they can heal some of these things. If he was really, drumming up these real race statements, this real racial tension, he would have gotten less support by the ethnic communities. In fact, he got more support this time around.
So you're an optimist, Brian Lanza. How lovely.
I'm an American. You have to be an optimist.
Adding to that is the political consultant Mignon Moore, who served in Bill Clinton's administration and was a senior advisor to the presidential campaign of Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Mignon Moore, it looks at this moment like Joe Biden may become the president-elect. Are you surprised at how things played out?
No, Carlos, I wish I could say that I am surprised, but I am not. I think we always anticipated that this was going to be a close election. We knew that there were going to be some states that were going to go down to the wire. And so we entered into this exercising patience. And we just wanted every vote to be counted. And looks like every vote is being counted. And I love how democracy is playing out in America right now.
Well, what happens from here if the numbers continue to look in Joe Biden's favor, but President Trump tries to bring this to court and refuses to concede?
Well, you know, I listened to your previous guest as he said, we can keep putting these lawsuits, they're frivolous, and I think that's when Congress will have to step in, his own party. Many of the states that he's challenging have Republican governors, and so I think at some point Donald Trump is going to really have to face the music and really deal with the fact that he has either lost this race and will concede, or he'll hand it to Nancy Pelosi, because there is a date certain.
You've been working on presidential campaigns going back to the 1980s. What is your biggest takeaway from this campaign? I'm sure to some extent there's lots of commonality, but there's also some difference. What's your biggest lesson, biggest takeaway from the 2020 presidential campaign?
Well, first of all, as everyone knows, we've all been faced with COVID, so it was really unprecedented how this campaign would really play out. We didn't know if we could convince the majority of people to mail in their ballots. We didn't know if people were so fatigued that they would even vote. And as we are witnessing now, we've had an unprecedented election. And so while most people think it was simply about getting Donald Trump out, I also think that people were focused on putting this country back on track and sending it in a different direction. You know, we'd like to think that we're better than what we've seen in the last 4 years. So I'm hoping that we can get back to the new normal, which is civility, the new normal, which will be humanity, and the new normal will be to care for each other like brothers and sisters again.
Even if Joe Biden wins, one of the noteworthy things is that Democrats had hoped that they were going to do better in some of the Senate races. And while there's still a chance that depending on what happens in Georgia, they could end up with a 50-50 tie, and perhaps if Biden and Harris end up in the White House, Kamala Harris could be the deciding vote in the Senate, and so they could get control. I think at a certain point there was an expectation that states like Maine, maybe Iowa, would have seen a flip. How do you look at the Senate results, not just the presidential results in the 2020 campaign?
Well, you know, Carlos, I will be the first to say that I think that we need to do a full retrospect and inspection, you know, of what we have invested in our party, what we have invested in our voters, because I do believe that at a certain point, many believe that, you know, the Senate would be much closer. But I can't say at this moment we're delighted to know that we still have 2 seats hanging in the balance, but we should not have lost as many seats as we did, even in the House. So something fundamentally is wrong with what we're doing, either tactically or our message. And Donald Trump resonated. You have to keep in mind, he received, I think the last time I saw it, over 60 million some odd votes. And so we are waking up to a very divided country. And we do have to do a lot to repair this country and bring it back together in order to govern. And thank God Joe Biden does have friends that predate where we will be January 21st. And hopefully, you know, the gentlemen in the Senate and the gentle ladies will come together and try to put legislation out that will help get this country again back on track. Many people are suffering.
Mignon, in addition to the suffering, you talked about the healing and the fact that nearly half of the country will have voted against Biden if he were to ascend. What do you see him doing to put the healing back together? Do you see bipartisan legislation? Do you see him facing extraordinary pressure from the progressive wing of the party, be it AOC and others. What do you see him doing in the first couple of years to try and move things forward?
Well, you know, the one thing that I will say that I have admired about Joe Biden, and sometimes it's not popular, he has always spoken to America. He has never really spoken to any wing of the party. He hasn't spoken to the left, he hasn't spoken to the middle, nor has he spoken to the center right. He has always said that he wanted to represent all of America. And so I think if people are willing to give him a chance, if people are willing to listen to him and come to the table, I think we can all win. You know, in negotiations, you negotiate. That's what it is for. You negotiate. You negotiate for the better things in life. And it's not like you take your marbles and go home. You sit at the table and try to figure out how you can get what you need to really move this agenda. And I think one place where the progressives are right is too many people are being left behind. And so I think that this is going to have to be something that Joe Biden and Senator Harris pay attention to. How can you get more people back into the mainstream of America? And that is something he has always focused on. And I hope that he will continue to do it. And I really do hope that the progressives, the centrists, everybody that has a stake will come to the table and quit all this bickering. And that is one problem that I think the American people have with the American politics. They don't see themselves. And we have to start seeing them.
Mignon, finally, as someone who's been involved in politics for a while, of seeing things from a variety of angles, what did you learn from President Trump? What do you take away having seen him win office and serve as president for at least 4 years?
Well, you know, one thing he did do that I don't know if I admired, but I watched in a level of, wow, he understands his power. And he understands how to use his power in the ugliest and the most vile ways. And I think that the White House, I've always believed, is the only place in America and in the world in many instances that can change the hearts, the minds in a nanosecond with the stroke of a pen. I think he used that stroke of a pen too often in fear. And the divisiveness in our country right now is just way off the charts. And I think that if we can have a president that believes in his own power and believes in that power for the greater good and will use that power and not be timid about it, because we need bold and big ideas to fix our international relationships, to fix our country. So I'm hoping that they will exercise the same amount of power, but for good.
Mignon Moore, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Caddy, so what a crazy couple of days here. Where's your mind on the election?
I think I come out of it with a very profound awareness of just how hard the task is going to be to bring some sense of community back to the country. Because what this has revealed to me is how fervently people believe they are in different camps. Broadly, it's you're either in the Trump camp or you're in the camp that hates Trump. And it feels to me almost sectarian. I mean, it almost I grew up in the Middle East in Lebanon for a while, and I was talking to my parents the other day about this election, and my mum, who is 87 and lived through the Lebanese beginnings of the war, said, this feels like it felt in Lebanon. My husband, who covered, the Balkan Wars, says this feels like the Balkans, where people don't just love their side, almost more importantly, they really hate the other side. And I think, this idea that there are kind of people who are anti-Trump, that you've got the anti-Trump crowd and then you've got the anti-Trump crowd. And it doesn't almost matter what the issues are. It's driven by emotion and culture and tribalism, and that is so hard to overcome in a world of social media that is like fuel on the flames. And so I come out of it thinking, in a way, it was an incredibly good experiment in democracy. The votes are being counted in the middle of a pandemic. The institutions have held so far, as they should do. So I'm not so worried about democracy and institutions. I'm worried about the country and this deep division, which I don't know who can heal it. I don't know if there is anyone that can heal it. How the country begins to rebuild or reconnect is a better word.
You want to allow me to play the optimist for 2 seconds?
Please do. Please play the American optimist for me.
You know, I think a couple of things I'll be watching for if Joe Biden ultimately does win an extraordinarily close and contentious race. One is, I think we actually may end up being surprised at the number of Republicans who may step up and say it's important, even though our candidate lost, that we all are in this together. And I think Joe Biden's history of working with Republicans will probably facilitate that. And you recall, Kathy, that our first guest, Jeff Flake, the former Republican senator from Arizona, predicted for us that if Biden were to win, that there might be a number of Republicans who might come out in support of a more bipartisan future. So that's one. The other that is just crazy about maybe not just this country, but the world, is how quickly things turn. And the things that we think are the biggest deals, like they just move on so quickly. And so even though this is the highest turnout probably in a century, maybe ever, in an American presidential race, something tells me that by next summer, we are going to be talking about very different things. And so, look, we still may end up in a Balkan-ish situation, but if there is some hope that we'll end up somewhere else, it'll be, number one, will there be people on the other side of the aisle who say, you know what, America's special, and let's come together on its behalf? And number two, is our attention span so short that, like it or not, the wheels turn quickly?
I love it. I'm going with your version. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of When Catty Met Carlos, a co-production from the BBC World Service
and Aussie Media. Please join in our conversation again next week when we will go deeper into the ramifications of the historic presidential election of 2020.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content. APM, American Public Media, with support from S&P Global Market Intelligence, helping clients discover new insights that didn't exist yesterday, every day. Learn more at spglobal.com/marketintelligence.
Hello, I'm Sue Mitchell, and in the 7th episode of Girl Taken, we turn to the authorities for help in reuniting a mother with her missing daughter. A secret plan takes shape.
She must not tell anyone, anywhere, that she is speaking to a lawyer in England, because I don't want him to disappear.
Join me after the news here on the BBC World Service.
BBC News with Julie Candler. President Trump is still refusing to acknowledge his election defeat to Joe Biden and has sent out another barrage of tweets claiming the vote was stolen. He provided no evidence to support his claim, but pointed the finger at postal votes in cities such as Philadelphia and Detroit. Senior figures in Mr. Trump's Republican Party have largely remained silent, but one report in US media say his advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner has tried to persuade him to concede. Joe Biden's team is pressing ahead with preparations for him to take office, including launching a transition website today. Mr. Biden has begun his first full day as president-elect by going to church. On Monday, he'll name members of a task force he's setting up to tackle the coronavirus pandemic, one of the biggest challenges he's facing. In other news, the security forces in Belarus have been detaining large numbers of people on the 13th consecutive Sunday of anti-government protests since the country's widely discredited presidential election. A human rights monitoring group says more than 400 people have been arrested. Bolivia's new president, Luis Arce, has been inaugurated at a ceremony in La Paz. King Felipe of Spain and several South American leaders watched him take his oath of office a year after the resignation of President Evo Morales. Riot police in Thailand have used water cannon against protesters calling for reform of the monarchy during a large demonstration in the capital, Bangkok. Activists were targeted as they tried to push their way past a barricade of buses and barbed wire. A couple walking through a field in eastern France have discovered a tiny aluminium capsule that was once attached to a carrier pigeon and contained a message written 100 years ago by a Prussian soldier. Historians have called the find extremely rare. BBC News.
I'm Sue Mitchell, and this is episode 7 of Girl Taken from the BBC World Service.
And all of a sudden I've got a text saying, we meet tonight, 9 p.m, come along.
We'd made a huge breakthrough. Dredging our memories for contacts and using social media and the promise of money from a real Hollywood film in the making, we'd flushed Reza out.
This is Reza. Yeah. He's like young guy. Yeah. I need to find him. Yeah, no problem. Do you not remember Mr. O? She speaks English? Yeah. She speaks English? Oh, yeah? All that main language.
We'd met him and his daughter Brew in a shopping centre.
And people get a gold medal too.
We'd even secretly taken photos of the little girl and sent them to her mum.
Can you open the picture? Oh, yeah.
Yes, we are looking at it. You have to listen. Dad.
Yes, yeah.
Kiss my daughter.
Yes, darling, I will kiss your daughter.
Can you touch my daughter?
Yes, darling.
Rob couldn't deliver on that promise, though. Neither of us could do anything to stop Reza and Brew disappearing back into the crowd. We still had no idea where they were living.
I mean, what do you want from all this, Goldie? Do you want a relationship with Brew? Do you just want her to know where you are? Or, I mean, do you want her to come actually live with you and Baron?
I want all of that.
Yeah.
Over the space of just a few weeks, this whole story had shifted under our feet. It started being about how Rob, a volunteer in the Calais jungle, met an Afghan refugee and tried to smuggle that man's young child into the UK. Now, it was about a child being taken across borders without her mother's consent. It had started to feel like a heavy responsibility. So much was at stake.
It's there all the time in your head.
Yeah, hang on. I actually did have a dream, and it was so surreal. It was like I was walking down the street with Brew on my shoulders, heading towards Goalie in the distance, who didn't know we were coming. And we were walking towards Goalie, and I was just shouting, Goalie, Goalie. And then the dream kind of ends. But yeah, you do. We are living this. It's taken over our lives. It's certainly taken over my life, and I know it is yours, finding the truth.
I know. It's partly that. It's partly because I keep on thinking, well, who is telling the trivia? And you do.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It's a question of who you trust, isn't it?
And I've been caught out with lies in the past from Reza, and I want to make sure I'm not going to get caught out again.
We decided it was time to get some expert help. Just by chance, I was also working on another documentary all about international child abduction. I'd interviewed a lawyer, Anne-Marie Hutchinson. When I told her about Reza and Brew, she offered to give her time free of charge. We didn't know where Rez was living, but he told us he'd been given a new place in Leeds.
Hello.
Hi, we're here to see Anne-Marie. Yeah.
So we're going to be able to talk to Mum today, are we?
Yeah.
She's waiting for a call now.
And then we've got these orders. These are definitely Iranian. So they were Afghanis living in Iran.
Yeah. Hey, Martin.
Hello, this is Anne-Marie, the lawyer.
Hi.
Hi.
You are speaking with Goli.
Okay, Goli, good.
Goli and Martin, a refugee worker in Denmark, join us via a video link.
Okay, I was just trying to work out when he left Iran, then when you went to the court, to the judge to say he...
So she came home and found that Reza was not there.
Okay, so she realised that he packed some... Provisionally, having seen what I have seen, if it's right that her daughter is in this jurisdiction, present here, that there are steps we can take under the English law to help her find her daughter and certainly be reunited in the sense of having some contact with her daughter. And where we go from there will depend on what the facts are, but certainly the English court would want to help her. If it's the fact that her daughter is here. Were you born in Iran or?
Afghanistan. So she was born in Afghanistan.
And when did she go to Iran?
I was 5 years.
You went with your parents when you were 5 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when you met Reza?
18.
When you were 18?
Yeah, arranged marriage.
When did she first contact the Red Cross to say, can you help me find my daughter?
3 months after you went to Denmark. Yeah.
Okay. So since then, she's stayed in Denmark. We know he's here.
Yeah.
How do you know that she's been told that her mother's dead?
Oh, because that's what Reza told me when I first met him.
You met him in Calais?
Yeah.
And that was in 2015.
The story he gave me is a million miles from what I consider now to be the truth, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to take a fuller statement at some point from Gully, but this is the advice I want you to convey to her, okay? The first thing, which is 100% really important, she must not tell anyone, anywhere, that she is speaking to a lawyer in England. Because I don't want him to disappear. Yeah. Legal help. She must not. He may have status, he could leave, he could go into the Republic of Ireland, or to, he may disappear. So
she was saying he won't understand her need to see her daughter. He just doesn't get that at all.
No.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
That he wouldn't see that you can take a child away from one parent and that parent will be bereft or distraught or devastated.
It's not unique in that, though. It's not unique in that. It goes on all the time in divorced couples.
It does, but I think most people would think, well, the child's better with me, but I do understand that the other parent would suffer.
Do you think he just didn't think about the consequence for you?
He's a very selfish man. With a stone heart. Stone heart. And me, uneducated woman, doesn't know anything, just married with 12 man. The problem is we don't have any choice.
You didn't have any choice in it?
No, we don't have any choice. And my family also got money for that.
For the arranged marriage, when you married him, they got money for you?
When I play back and think about my past, about some kind of the woman doesn't have any sound.
You're voiceless.
It's very voiceless, quiet woman. You never think about your right. And something was really hard because I really give love to my husband, but at the end he was not happy with me.
Because he didn't really love you?
No.
Did he ever really love you?
No. It's hard to accept it. And you really want that love. You really want to get this attention.
And it may be that we will be saying she should be in her mother's custody in Denmark. And I don't want to upset Goli, but she's presumably been told something about her mother and doesn't understand why her mother's left her life.
So it must be handled delicately and sensitively. We can arrange that.
Anne-Marie?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so
She's going to
much.
get someone. All right.
Okay.
She has sisters in Iran and a mother in Turkey. She's petrified of Reza and his family.
For reprisals against them?
Yeah.
I mean, that is problematic because ultimately, he's going to have to know. And I mean, that's the ever-eternal problem in these sort of cases. But do we kick it off? We say we're not serving him. We don't want to serve him. What we want to have is the Home Office file to have as much information as possible so that we can assess then what orders we should seek. Because I do think we need to know what travel documents he's got, what his status is. Why is the Home Office not saying and getting some proof? Where is the mother? If you left, was she killed? Can you prove it?
And with that came another huge reveal in this story. The lawyer Anne-Marie Hutchinson has noticed something that troubles her. The male refugees arriving in Europe with no wife and only one child. How no one seems to question that.
If you've got a child,
it's an easy.
You're asylum seeking. He's the sole parent of a child. You've got better chances, haven't you?
She wonders how many of those children may have been abducted for use as a passport in.
You know, throughout all this crisis, I keep seeing, you know, I feel terribly sorry for them, but I keep seeing all these newsreels of kids with men. Where are the mothers? And who checks? All of these children can't have lost their mothers.
This is something I see in camps all over Europe. Men with one child.
And you know, and I think we do have a duty to ask that question. I think the Home Office will ask it, but I don't know how far they look behind it when she's dead, you know. You're actually assisting an abduction.
And do you think there are then?
I've dealt with these sort of cases before when somebody's brought a kid in as a sign. Everyone out of Egypt, it was a load of rubbish. And the mother was in Egypt looking for her child.
Fascinating minefield that she's been explained to us, isn't it, really, of, you know, legalities.
What did you make of the sort of things that she was saying about the men coming?
When you're in that mode of compassion and that mode of helping, you don't see that. You just see people that need help. But when you think about it, there was an awful lot of men with one child.
There is a lot of mothers with the same problem. They never go after their children because all of the right is for the man.
So you mean the men take the children?
Man and the man's family can take the children from women, and you don't have any right as mother.
After a 3-week wait, we discover that all the initial searches for Reza have drawn a blank with the UK authorities.
I tell to them, my lawyer, I don't have any idea because...
You gave the lawyer 5 possible names that Reza will be using. And none of...
I cannot even guess because...
I know, so none of those names have come back positive.
I'm not in England to know where Reza lives now already. Can we get the help now, I ask? I hope.
So having called in the lawyers, we were thrown back to our own devices. Hi, Martin. Hello.
Hi, Sue. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you, Sue?
All right, it's lovely to speak to you.
The lawyer looking for Reza's address didn't return anything, so Goldie's asked me to find out where Reza lives.
Yeah, he uses a totally different name, probably.
So we're having to do it the old-fashioned way, Martin.
Yeah.
Poirot. My name is now Poirot.
3 months have passed since we'd lured Reza to a meeting using the bait of money from the Hollywood movie. There had been newspaper reports about that movie since the meeting. On the lawyer's advice, we told no one that we'd met Reza. Rob reckoned that since nothing had happened to make Reza suspicious, it was worth messaging him again.
Yeah, we've come up with a bit of a plan of how to find out Reza's address. So I'm meeting Reza in about 40 minutes. The undercover sleuth that is Sue Mitchell is going to follow him and hopefully find out where he lives.
The most important thing is that Reza doesn't realise we're tricking him. We're not confident about it, and we're getting a bit hysterical and giggly.
So we are no longer known as Rob and Sue. We are known as Poirot and Miss Marple.
Yeah, I really hope for success.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah. Oh yes, Reza. Hi Rob. Today bus not working. Oh, he's in city centre. You wanna meet in the city centre, I put. So he's text, can you come?
It might sound the least of our worries, but I don't know what to wear. I need to cover my face because Reza knows me and he'll recognise my frizzy hair and glasses. I pick a great big parka coat with a huge fur-lined hood. The problem is, even though it's December, it's just not that cold.
If the bus isn't working, then he will probably walk to where we're meeting. And then you will be able to follow him, dressed as you're dressed, which I might add, you look ridiculous. If you were following me, I'd call the police if you dressed like that. Which part of undercover do you not understand?
You have to understand this is a grey area for the BBC.
Grey area? Grey area? Hey, Reza.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good. I'm just,
Yes, sorry, but no working today. Just
okay.
the city center. Yes, see you. I'm waiting for you.
Okay, man. Okay. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye, Reza. Wow. That's the first time he's ever phoned me. He must be trusting me. And I think, yeah.
That's the first time.
I know. We've kind of just, the phone started ringing and I just slewed over to the side of the road. It's Reza, it's Reza. It's only a simple phone call, but it's a milestone in trust, isn't it? It plays heavy on my heart, all this, you know, because I actually like the guy. If I remove what he's done out of my conscious thinking, I actually like the guy. But I can't get over the fact that all goes out the window when I go back to Goalie and she tells me more about what he did to her and his family did to her.
Without giving too much away, this story is going to take another unexpected turn.
And then when I give him a hug, that's me saying bye. And I'll walk away, and then I'll come back to that point. Okay? And,
it's a plan.
Yeah, and just hope the police don't pick you up just like that.
Next time in Girl Taken, find out what happened as we tracked Reza.
He definitely went into the driving door. I think that it's an upstairs flat.
What you've got to assume, Colin, is that he's now watching you.
Do you think he is watching you? Move away altogether and we'll come pick you up. Girl Taken was brought to you by the BBC World Service. It's produced and presented by me, Sue Mitchell, and sound production was by Richard Hannaford.
Hello and welcome to More or Less on the BBC World Service. With a programme all about the numbers in the news and in life, and I'm Tim Harford. We've been living with a global pandemic now for over 8 months, and this week we thought we'd revisit the question of how deadly the disease is.
The mortality rate.
The mortality rate for the virus.
The death rate was remarkably high.
Reporters like to throw around the words death rate, but it turns out that the phrase can mean very different things. People aren't always clear what they're talking about, and it makes a huge difference. There's the crude mortality rate. That's simply what percentage of the population have died. You can have a disease that's 100% fatal, but if not many people catch it, the crude mortality rate will be low. Then there's the case fatality rate. That's where you take all the confirmed deaths and all the confirmed cases and work out how many deaths there are per, say, 100 cases. That's a bit like the old joke about looking for the keys under the lamppost because that's where the light is. The case fatality rate is easy to calculate. Just divide one easily accessible number by another, but it can be quite misleading. Lots of people have had coronavirus infections without being tested. Indeed, during the first wave, it's probably true that the majority of infections weren't detected. Now, deaths from COVID might also be missed because of insufficient testing, but probably not to the same degree. That means more deaths divided by fewer cases, and the case fatality rate makes the disease look much more dangerous than it really is. A more useful rate to work out how deadly a disease is the infection fatality rate, where experts estimate how many extra people are infected on top of the confirmed cases and compare that to deaths.
We often think that the infection fatality rate or the case fatality rate is fixed, both across time and, between different countries, and that's just not the case.
This is Dr. Hannah Ritchie, researcher at the online publication Our World in Data at the University of Oxford.
The infection fatality rate or the mortality risk is very dependent on the age. So depending on the age profile of different countries across the world, you have a very different infection fatality rate.
Okay, so for teenagers, extremely low, and then for older people, very different.
Yeah, so it increases quite steeply, especially towards older ages. So if you're in your 40s, that would rise to 0.15%. And then for the over 80s, it's almost 1 in 10. So 10% of over 80s that catch COVID will unfortunately die from it.
So 600 people in their 40s who've got it, and you would expect one of them to die.
Yeah.
But if it was 600 people in their 80s, you'd expect 60 of them to die.
Yes, that's correct. People often quote this one metric for what the IFR is across the world and assume that that percentage of infections in every country will be the same, that will result in the same percentage of deaths. But because we have very different age profiles across countries, your IFR is very different. So to give you an idea, so the Imperial College London looked at a range of serological studies which tried to estimate the IFR. Basically, they concluded that usually lower income countries across the world have much younger populations. So there, the population-wide IFR comes out at around 0.23%. And if you contrast that with higher income countries, which tend to have much older populations, that rises to around 1.15%.
But it turns out that even a single infection fatality rate for a single country can be too crude.
Often the infection fatality rate will be quoted as a population-wide estimate. So in the UK, for example, what percentage of people in the UK that catch it will then die from it. But this is often a pretty poor measure of the individual risk.
As an example, in England, COVID-19 cases have been going up since the summer. But at the end of September, there was a huge spike. And what happened in September? Students went off to university, they intermingled, and COVID-19 spread. This is Dr. Daniel Howden at the University of Leeds in the UK.
So some universities saw over 1,000 cases, and this caused a kind of large spike in cases around about the end of September, the start of October, but a spike which kind of fizzled out reasonably quickly. It's not that there's no cases anymore, but that big increase wasn't sustained. It's kind of like a sort of cruise ship outbreak, where what's happening is lots of people are infecting each other. It stays largely self-contained and then fades out very quickly once lots and lots of people have had it.
So, although England's case number had a large spike from students, deaths increased more slowly.
Cases among younger people are much, much less likely to end up in hospitalisations, end up with deaths, compared to older people. Since about the 10th of July in England, there have been certainly over 100,000 cases. Among people under 30, there have been 2 deaths. So the case fatality rate, if you like, that would emerge from them is, a very, very, very small percentage.
This just shows the complicated nature of working out the connection between cases and deaths in a population.
One thing that we can say about this virus is that it's surprised us quite a lot, and even predictions that have been issued or projections, scenarios that have been issued with the kind of best of intentions and possibly even based on the best evidence have ultimately been completely invalidated by reality.
Although the age profile is the most important thing affecting someone's chances of dying from COVID-19, we have some heartening news.
Due to better treatment, better understanding of the disease and its progression, we think that if you catch it, your likelihood of dying from it is probably, the best estimates I've seen is 20 to 30% lower than they were back very early in the pandemic.
Thanks to Dr. Hannah Ritchie and Dr. Daniel Howden. And just before we go, on more or less, we know that good, robust statistical claims are not to be sneezed at. But everybody makes mistakes, and one such error snuck its way into our programme 2 weeks ago. Thankfully, our listeners are as observant and informed as they are loyal, so are on hand to rectify our slip-ups. And Lizzie McNeil is here to explain. Hello, Lizzie.
Hi, Tim. So here's where we messed up.
Trump tweeted that sometimes over 100,000 people die of seasonal flu each year, adding, "Are we going to let it close down our country? No, we have learned to live with it, just like we're learning to live with COVID, in most populations far less lethal." Sometimes makes it sound like 100,000 flu deaths is something that happens quite often. Actually, it hasn't happened in the United States since 1967. Oh, so what's wrong with that?
Well, loyal listener Dan Beer wrote in to point out that the flu epidemic started in 1968, not 67. But more importantly, the data actually represented deaths over a 4-year period. Our source, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, calls it 1968, but as Dan Beer says, while we often refer to pandemics by the year they began, like 1918 or 1968, pandemics don't necessarily end after 1 year. In the case of the pandemic that began in Hong Kong in 1968, the virus, H3N2, continued to circulate and cause excess deaths all the way into 1972. And so that's where the deaths totaling 100,000 came from.
I see, the 1968 flu, but those deaths did not all occur in 1968.
Exactly.
So, Lizzie, has it ever happened that 100,000 people have died of the flu in the US in a single year?
Well, the US's Centers for Disease Control do believe that 195,000 people in the US died during the second wave of the Spanish flu in 1918. But other experts aren't so sure. The recording of deaths just wasn't clear at the time.
Okay, well, thank you, Lizzie, and thanks to Dan for correcting the error, and my apologies for making it. That is all we have time for, but if you want to get in touch with the programme, please email moreorless@bbc.co.uk. We'll be back next week, and until then, goodbye.
This is the BBC World Service. Now take a moment to listen to this. The human experience.
Who on earth abandoned me? What did you do that for?
They got the idea that two women shouldn't be together. They say it's an abomination.
It was very different. The setting, the language, everything.
The question is, how do we get through this?
Documentaries on the BBC World Service.
You really are stepping into the unknown.
To listen, go to BBC.
You're listening to KTNA, Talkeetna.
KTNA is your source for local news in the Northern Valley. KTNA News airs at 7:40 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. To keep up with what's going on at any time, visit us on Facebook or at ktna.org.
Talkeetna Community Radio and this program are supported by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. www.cpb.org.
Washington, D.C. This is Weekend Edition. I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro. Good morning.
I'm humbled by the trust and confidence you placed in me. I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify.
A new president-elect, a historic first with a multiracial woman as the next vice president, and a sitting president who is refusing to concede. Joe Biden says his first order of business will be the pandemic, but his supporters also took a moment to celebrate. Here comes
Lennox on Instagram giving an impromptu concert. It's Sunday, November 8th. News next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Louise Schiavone. President Trump is not conceding that he lost his re-election bid, vowing to continue on with legal challenges in multiple states. NPR's Aisha Roscoe reports the Trump campaign has not offered any evidence to back up claims of voter fraud.
The Associated Press and other news outlets have called the presidential race for Joe Biden based on official vote count showing Biden winning key states. But President Trump says the election is far from over and that he will not rest until the American people have an honest vote count. While the Trump campaign has filed lawsuits, none of them have detailed accusations of widespread malfeasance or any route to invalidate the votes necessary for Trump to win. Trump spent the day at his golf course in Virginia and sending tweets. Some Republican lawmakers have said that Trump has a right to pursue legal cases, but if he fails, he should accept the outcome. Aisha Roscoe, NPR News.
President-elect Joe Biden made the pandemic a central issue in his campaign, and this week, the coronavirus took a major turn for the worse in the U.S. NPR's Yuki Noguchi has more.
As much of the country focused on vote tallies, the pandemic accelerated its spread. The number of new daily infections set 3 new records in the last week. On Friday, it reached more than 126,000 new cases. President-elect Biden pitched a starkly different alternative to the Trump administration's pandemic response. Biden promises a centralized federal approach to the pandemic to massively ramp up distribution and reporting of test results. The president-elect hopes to establish a jobs corps to better trace and track the spread of the disease. And he has talked about offering a public option for health insurance that anyone can buy into. Yuki Noguchi, NPR News, Washington.
India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi was among the first world leaders to congratulate the Biden-Harris team, with special mention of the next vice president, Kamala Harris, whose mother was from India, calling Harris's success path-breaking. Now, as Sushmita Pathak reports, a small village in southern India is celebrating.
Villagers in Tulasendrapuram in southern India gathered Sunday morning with placards of Harris and set off celebratory firecrackers. Some women drew rangolis or colorful patterns congratulating the vice president-elect and called her the pride of the village. They told Indian media they hoped she would visit soon. The village is where Harris's maternal grandfather was born. Harris has talked about how she would visit her grandfather in Chennai, some 200 miles away, and take walks on a beach there. Harris is the first woman and first Indian American to be elected vice president. In a tweet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called her success a matter of pride for all Indian Americans. For NPR News, I'm Sushmita Pathak in Mumbai.
From Washington, you're listening to NPR. European Union and NATO leaders have largely kept silent as the votes were tallied, but now that they know who will be the next U.S. president, Terry Schultz reports the congratulations are flowing in.
European Council President Charles Michel says the EU is ready to engage for a strong transatlantic partnership. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen welcomes the results, saying the EU and the USA are friends and allies with the deepest of links. Boris Ruge, a former deputy German ambassador to the U.S., expects the antagonism in transatlantic relations will subside with Biden.
I also think he's going to be quite demanding in some ways, but I think that's a balance with which we can work.
At NATO, which Trump famously labeled obsolete, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says he knows Biden as a strong supporter of the alliance and looks forward to working with him. For NPR News, I'm Terry Schultz in Brussels.
In Asia, a region on edge about the strategic ambitions of China's ruling Communist Party, the elected leaders of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan invoked shared values with Washington and expressed hopes for close relations. There's no immediate official reaction from Beijing, which has been wrestling with U.S.-China conflicts over trade, security, and technology. For the first time since the coronavirus epidemic emerged, the Queen of England has been photographed wearing a protective face mask. She appeared in public with the covering while attending a brief ceremony at Westminster Abbey to mark the centenary of the burial of the unknown warrior. Photos were released yesterday. I'm Louise Schiavone, NPR News, Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Staples, with supplies to get business done, no matter where it gets done. From ink and toner cartridges to technology like webcams and networking accessories. More at Staples stores or staples.com. Staples.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro. Good morning and thanks for being with us today. Joe Biden won the most votes ever in a presidential election and almost 5 million more than Donald Trump. He also won the Electoral College by a large margin. And in cities across America, his supporters have taken to the streets to celebrate. The call came after the announcement of another batch of votes from Pennsylvania. There had been days of such announcements, but Saturdays, just before noon, was the one to put the state out of President Trump's reach, shutting off his path to re-election. In Philadelphia, Shane Race said it felt like she had been waiting 4 years for this moment. Now she's hoping President-elect Joe Biden and his future VP Kamala Harris do what they promised and unite the country.
That's a tall order, I think, for any incoming president, but I feel that with their leadership, we can unite as a party and move on.
And in that same city, on that same day, a supporter of the president who gave her name as Andy just couldn't believe it.
They told us that Biden was going to win in a landslide. They're just trying to demoralize us. I'm watching for progress and updates. I'm watching for the recount.
But last night in Wilmington, Delaware, Joe Biden delivered his victory speech.
Tonight, we're seeing all over this nation, all cities and all parts of the country, indeed across the world, an outpouring of joy, of hope, renewed faith in tomorrow. Bring a better day.
As NPR's Scott Detrow reports, Biden has been waiting to win the White House for decades.
Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States. He thought about trying to be the 45th. He tried and failed to be the 44th. And 2 decades before that, he ran to be the 41st. Biden kicked off his very first run in 1987 at the Wilmington train station that now bears his name.
So it's your help that I seek first. As today, I announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
Biden was just 44 years old. He had been in the Senate since age 30. The youngest possible age to serve. But tragedy struck weeks after he was elected. His wife and daughter were killed in a car crash, and his 2 sons were seriously injured. Last year, he told the NPR Politics podcast about the moment he learned the news. He was in the U.S. Capitol.
And I had to walk out, and I walked through the rotunda, and I remember looking up at the rotunda and said, God, well, I got really angry. I shouted out.
Biden thought about quitting. He didn't. Instead, he began a career-defining habit of shuttling back and forth between Washington and Wilmington on Amtrak every single night to see his sons each morning. Earlier this fall, at the end of a whistle-stop train tour in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, a freight train rumbled by behind Biden as he recalled those long commutes.
That train brought me back to my home base every single night, to my family. It kept me grounded. It kept me connected. It meant I always remembered what and who really mattered in my life.
Biden ran for the White House in 1988, but it ended quickly in disgrace after a plagiarism scandal. Biden's reputation rebounded quickly, though, as he chaired high-profile Supreme Court confirmations on the Judiciary Committee and became a top Democratic voice in foreign policy. The longtime senator ran again for president 20 years later. Once again, the bid sputtered out, this time in Iowa. But Barack Obama tapped Biden as his vice president. Biden became Obama's emissary, both to Capitol Hill and to foreign capitals. Biden and Obama grew close.
There has not been a single moment since that time that I've doubted the wisdom of that decision. It was the best possible choice, not just for me, but for the American people.
Despite that close relationship, Obama and his circle made it clear they preferred Hillary Clinton to Biden as the party's 2016 nominee. Biden still weighed a run, but ultimately passed, in large part because of another personal tragedy, the death of his son Beau from brain cancer in 2015. As he ran this year, 5 years later, Biden referenced Beau all the time. He told NPR this last year.
I get up in the morning and I hope my son Beau is proud of me, because one of the reasons I wrote the book, Promise Me Dad, he knew my instinct would be to withdraw.
Any withdrawal ended in summer 2017 when white supremacist rallies in Charlottesville, Virginia turned violent, and President Trump responded by saying there were very fine people on both sides of the conflict. Biden recalled the moment during his acceptance speech at this summer's mostly virtual Democratic convention.
At that moment, I knew I'd have to run. My father taught us that silence was complicity, and I could never remain silent or complicit. At the time, I said we're in the battle for the soul of this nation. And we are.
That theme, a fight for the soul of the nation, was the centerpiece of Biden's campaign. Throughout the primary and after, Biden was criticized by many on the left for being too out of touch. Biden promised a progressive agenda, but kept his focus on defeating Trump and Trumpism. Biden repeatedly vowed to be a different, more unifying type of leader. Declaring victory last night, he made his pitch one more time.
It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, see each other again, listen to each other again. And to make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies, they are Americans.
The country and the world are very different than when Joe Biden first ran for president. America's place in the world is far less certain. It's in the midst of a serious economic slump. The pandemic is getting worse. In the final hours before the polls closed Tuesday, I asked Biden what he knows now that he didn't during those first 2 runs for the White House. He said he hopes with age comes more wisdom, but said one view that's never changed is belief in the American people. It's a belief he echoed again last night.
Well, folks, we stand at an inflection point. We have an opportunity to defeat despair, to build a nation of prosperity and purpose. We can do it. I know we can.
Biden will finally make it to the Oval Office in a moment where that sort of optimism will be tested. Scott Detrow, NPR News.
For his part, President Trump has yet to speak publicly since his loss in the presidential race was declared, and he's shown no signs of conceding. NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith is with us now. Good morning. Good morning. So usually, right, there's a concession speech before an acceptance speech. Usually, but it isn't required. And President Trump had made it clear that he had no intentions of conceding. He also hasn't spoken publicly since Thursday evening. There have been a few tweets in all caps complaining about the election, and there was a statement yesterday where he said that Biden was rushing to falsely pose as the winner, that the election is far from over, that legal votes decide who is president, not the media. The 2 times that we have seen him since late or very early on election night, he came to the briefing room in the White House and he was very angry. And then yesterday we saw him out golfing. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, the media doesn't declare the winner. They just, talk about the counts that they get from the local authorities and then make their calculations. So where does... the counts are against him, to be clear. To be clear. So where does his campaign go from here? You know, they have a hotline set up for people to dial in with claims of voting irregularities, and they are fundraising. There have been so many texts and emails asking for donations to fund this fight, but the fine print says that much of that money will go to retiring Trump campaign debt. They are filing a flurry of legal challenges. President Trump, in his statement yesterday, said that beginning Monday, the campaign will start prosecuting our case in court to ensure election laws are fully upheld and the rightful winner is seated. That said, they've already been filing many challenges, and many of them, most of them, have already been thrown out by judges, but there will be more to come. And what are the president's allies saying? Because Republican leadership has been notably silent on Joe Biden's victory. You know, I think that they have settled in on the idea that the president should go through the motions with all of these legal challenges and really let it play out.
take it all the way to its logical conclusion. But also there is a sense that it is sinking in, at least on some level. I spoke with Stephen Moore, who is an economic advisor to the president. He said the fight continues, it isn't over, but that if the president does lose Arizona, which is a state that AP has already called, but where the numbers are shifting as more ballots are counted, if he does, then the writing is on the wall, and his legacy will depend on finding a way to acknowledge that it's over. Laura Ingraham, the conservative talk show host and Fox News host, who is close to the White House, on her show on Friday, went with the same idea that once the challenges play out, for the sake of the movement that he created, President Trump needs to go gracefully. I've also spoken to a number of grassroots supporters, people who volunteered for his campaign, and they want him to try every legal avenue. They don't want him to give up yet. They see him as a fighter, and he's their fighter, but they also do sense that the numbers are not in his favor, and one woman told me that she is praying and not giving up hope.
Yeah, there's this sort of message from Republicans that people should allow the president to process this loss. You've covered the president for a long time now. How does he respond to defeat?
He tends not to accept it. I'm thinking about the Affordable Care Act, repeal and replace. That was a huge part of his early fight, his early effort as president, and that failed. But by now, he is saying, no, I didn't fail after all. You know, we eventually repealed the individual mandate. He finds a way to declare victory even when other people see defeat.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
To NPR News.
I'm Louise Schiavone with these headlines. President Trump's lawyers are preparing challenges to voting outcomes in several states. As President-elect Joe Biden's team prepares to take the reins of government, Trump is spending his second consecutive day on the links, arriving at his Virginia golf club around 10 this morning. More than 1,600 migrants have either been rescued at sea or reached Spain's Canary Islands in small boats over the weekend. Spanish emergency services say the body of one person who had died during the journey was recovered at sea. Iran's state-run news agency quotes the president of Iran as calling on President-elect Biden to return the U.S. to Tehran's nuclear deal with world powers. I'm Louise Schiavone, NPR News, Washington.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Little Passports, offering activity kits to keep kids engaged and expand their minds. They'll explore France and Brazil and build a volcano and submarine from their kitchen table. LittlePassports.com. From Noom, providing an online evaluation and the tools to help people lead healthier lives through behavior change. More information at Noom, NOOM.com. And from the Annie E. Casey Foundation.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro. In his speech last night, President-elect Biden put one issue front and center.
I will spare no effort, none, or any commitment to turn around this pandemic.
With a record number of infections, the death toll rising, and the country exhausted from COVID-19 restrictions, it will be one of his most difficult tasks. Biden has been getting regular briefings from his team of COVID advisors. Dr. Nicole Lurie is one of them. She was the top official in the Obama administration working on preparing for pandemics, and she joins us now. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. The U.S. is really in crisis right now when it comes to the pandemic. The Trump administration has taken, frankly, to mocking efforts to control it. So it seems like the situation will only be worse come Inauguration Day. What should Joe Biden's first order of business be?
Well, the first order of business is leadership, and I think you heard that last night. He's not waiting till the inauguration to get going. As he said, he's naming a transition task force on Monday, but in truth, that's been weeks in the making because he's already been preparing for this moment.
You have been, helping to brief the president-elect. What has his team been telling him?
Well, I think, first of all, that everybody's clear that we need to unite around a common goal. There needs to be a single source of truth, and it needs to be communicated clearly. And he needs to be modeling, and is modeling, the kind of behavior that we want to see. A clear message from him last night, and I think a clear message from his team all along: the virus is the enemy, not one another. It's not public health versus the economy. It's all of us together versus the virus, and everybody in this country needs to do their part.
More specifically, though, are we looking at a universal sort of mask mandate? Will Anthony Fauci stay in his position? I mean, specifically,
all
what's going to happen?
And understand that I can't speak for the president-elect or for the task force, but what I expect to see is the task force develop a really clear set of objectives and be very clear about how to meet them. And they're going to have to include doing everything we can do to suppress transmission, leaving sort of no options and no stones unturned. And we know that that's going to involve masks and social distancing and testing and reaching out to governors and mayors and business community and unions and faith leaders around the country to have them all on board.
One of the most difficult things, of course, has been what to do with the economy. President Trump claimed during the campaign that Biden will shut down the country in order to get the pandemic under control. Biden has said he will not. Can you talk a little bit about Biden's plans? Because we've seen European nations have to grapple with this very issue. I mean, the United Kingdom is shutting down now, and other places in Europe.
They have, and one of the very challenging things I think the team is going to have to deal with is that over the past couple of months, and even between now and January, the pandemic is getting more and more out of control. And so the sooner we wrap our arms around putting these measures to suppress in place, the better. The president-elect has also been really, really clear about this is not a choice between public health and the economy. And so we need to get a stimulus bill passed. We need to get the resources into communities to fight this pandemic, to do the testing and tracing, to be ready for a vaccination campaign, to support people financially if they're sick so that they actually do stay home from work. All of those other pieces that are going to be essential to reopening the economy. And then I think you can expect to see the development of some common national standards for what you do in different communities when the pandemic is at different levels.
And that means what exactly?
Well, that means that I think you're going to want to avoid trying to shut down the whole country, but to the extent that you can, tailor the interventions depending on the severity of the pandemic in any given location. And so in some places, that may mean really rolling back to phase one, staying at home, doing those things for a short time. And those are, I think, are going to be local and state level decisions, but guided by national standards, which we haven't had at all. In other places where the pandemic is more under control or transmission isn't that bad, you look for other evidence-based ways to keep things as normal as possible. But all of that is really going to depend on the basics. People willing to wear masks, people willing to social distance, people willing to do those things, and uniting around those common public health measures while we get ourselves ready for a vaccine is going to be critical.
Dr. Nicole Lurie is an advisor to President-elect Biden. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So we're going to move on now. What do Republicans, from their seats in office to their offices in political consulting agencies, make of this election? Donald Trump, who created his own brand of politics, a man larger than his party, lost to Joe Biden, a traditional Democrat. And yet, other GOP candidates did better than expected. Does Donald Trump defeated remain the most powerful force in the Republican Party? We have many questions, and we will put them now to Michael Steele. He is a veteran of Capitol Hill and presidential campaigns. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good to be with you.
So it is hard to unseat incumbent presidents. American voters don't do it often, and campaigning from the White House comes with all sorts of advantages, particularly this year when Donald Trump went way further than any recent president in exploiting the office for his re-election. What did he do wrong in your view?
He never worked to expand beyond his base. He never reached out to Democrats, or even some of the Trump skeptical Republicans. I think that he had every ability, every tool in the toolbox to have created a sweeping electoral majority and really changed the face of American politics in a much more prominent and enduring way. And he chose not to, right from the very start, right from his inauguration. And then, of course, the second thing, which he had less control over, but still a lot more than he exercised, is the pandemic and the economic response to it. And I think that, talking about the things that your previous guest spoke of, if he had taken it seriously in the spring and summer, we would be in a much better place, both in terms of public health and the economy going into Election Day. And I think that made a big difference, particularly for older voters.
There seems to have been a split, though. The vote was a rejection of Trump, but the GOP does have a good shot at holding the Senate majority, and Republican candidates did eat into the Democratic House majority. How do you explain it?
It was a great election day for every Republican, virtually every Republican not named Donald Trump, and that's why I think his weaknesses, his excesses, his tone, his demeanor, that's all very particular to him. You saw Republican senators like Tom Tillis, certainly Susan Collins, running ahead of the president's total in their respective states because they have the advantages of offering a solid, conservative, successful record of governance without the excesses of Trump himself.
Do you think that that is the takeaway that the GOP will take from this election? Because so far we have seen Republicans remain very quiet about some of the tactics being employed by President Trump and his administration in not really conceding the race.
Yeah, I think the party's in for a period of introspection, and I think that facts will determine a lot of what happens next. I think that there is no doubt that the president remains enormously popular with the grassroots of the party. There is no doubt that he helped a lot of Republican candidates with better turnout, et cetera, in this recent election. At the same time, both among elected officials and I think increasingly in the conservative media, you're seeing some Trump fatigue. You're seeing some solid recognition that the party's fortunes very likely will be better off if someone else's name is on the ballot next time around, since we just saw people with different names on the ballot doing better than the president. So there's no question he will retain vast influence. I think how he handles these next few weeks is going to be critical to determining how seriously he's taken by leaders and in the media after the inauguration.
Let me ask you this. We're speaking with two members of the Problem Solvers Caucus elsewhere in the program. That's a bipartisan collection of politicians who stress consensus and compromise. Do you think their membership will increase under President Biden? Because when we've seen Republicans in opposition, I'm thinking of the Tea Party here, they haven't tended to compromise. They've managed to expand their base and their majority by acting in opposition.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I do expect the problem solvers to increase their numbers. I think in part because the folks that were most chastened on election night were the progressives expecting a blue wave that didn't materialize, and the most ardent Trump supporters who expected him to win despite the odds. And so I think that there's going to be, with Vice President Biden in the White House, some opportunity for bipartisan compromise that finds common ground.
All right, that's veteran Republican strategist Michael Steele. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
So Georgia was a reliably Republican state for most of the past 3 decades, but this year, not so much. The presidential race has come down to about a 10,000 vote lead for President-elect Joe Biden, with a recount being planned. That's in Georgia. Georgia could help increase the size of Biden's victory and decide control of the Senate, as NPR's Sarah McCammon reports from Atlanta.
The mood was jubilant in Freedom Park as elated Atlanta area voters scattered themselves around the lawn wearing masks and Biden-Harris t-shirts, while passing drivers honked their horns. Damian Denson was sitting on a hillside wearing a campaign shirt from a disappointing election for Democrats 2 years ago, when Stacey Abrams narrowly lost the governor's race to Republican Brian Kemp after a contentious election.
So today feels like redemption and vindication, and so I'm so excited and happy about the results.
Like many of Abrams' supporters, Denson was angered that Kemp, then Georgia's Secretary of State, had purged hundreds of thousands of voters from the rolls. Since then, Abrams has led efforts to register hundreds of thousands of new Georgia voters and helped raise tens of millions of dollars for voter mobilization. Denson credits that work with turning the state from red to purple.
This is the new Georgia. It's just so exhilarating and exciting. And I think having an election turn like this shows the nation that this is the South. Yeah, we're diverse too.
Georgia's increasing diversity, fueled by a mix of immigration and people moving to cities like Atlanta from around the country, is a big part of the story. Amy Steigerwald is a political science professor at Georgia State University.
We've always had the largest middle-class Black population in the country, but what we're also seeing is growing Hispanic and Asian American communities. And importantly, those communities are also becoming much more actively engaged in the political process,
in the form of increased voter registration and participation among those groups. Georgia's Democratic Party chairwoman, Nikema Williams, was just elected to Congress, replacing the late civil rights activist John Lewis. Williams says everything came together for the party in 2020.
And so this year, we were at the perfect intersection of the racial unrest in the street, of a presidential election cycle, and coming off the aftermath of the 2018 gubernatorial election.
Those shifts could force Republicans to retool their message, says Rusty Paul, a former chairman of the Georgia GOP and current mayor of Sandy Springs, Georgia, outside Atlanta. He says Trump's demeanor was off-putting to some of his suburban constituents.
We've got to broaden the base. I mean, we have been relying on a shrinking base of voters in the state of Georgia for too long. It's predominantly white, it's much older, it's blue collar.
That's a problem national Republicans had been talking about just before Trump's ascendance in the party. The next big test of each party's message to Georgia's changing electorate comes in January. That's when voters go back to the polls for 2 Senate runoff elections, which could decide control of the Senate, and with it, President-elect Biden's ability to carry out his agenda. Sarah McCammon, NPR News, Atlanta.
Listening to Weekend Edition from NPR News. Some votes are still being counted, yes, but already we're getting a picture of how different parts of the U.S. electorate cast their ballots this year. NPR's Tom Gelton has been looking at the religious vote.
The headline, voters of faith and voters with no faith affiliation largely voted this year the same way they voted last time.
The religious landscape in terms of voting has been remarkably stable.
Robert Jones directs the Public Religion Research Institute.
Since Reagan, we've essentially seen this. White Christian voters have tended to support Republican candidates, And Christians of color and everyone else, including the religiously unaffiliated, have tended to support Democratic candidates.
A big headline in 2016 was how many white evangelical Christians, about 80%, supported Donald Trump, in spite of his unfamiliarity with the Bible, his divorces, and his association with porn stars. His reputation hasn't changed all that much since then, but Robert Jones sees no change in Trump's support among this faith group.
We essentially have white evangelicals somewhere around 8 and 10 supporting the president, standing by their candidate, standing by their man.
Pundits and politicians are most interested in those voter groups who are up for grabs. Ryan Burge, a religion and politics expert at Eastern Illinois University, says from that point of view, white evangelicals may no longer be very interesting politically.
I think the Democrats should stop thinking about white evangelicals entirely, and I think the Republicans should take them for granted. It's like, what can you do to make them change anything on the Democratic side or the Republican side?
Some of Joe Biden's supporters did try to reach evangelical Christians this year. Among them, Jerusha Duford, who happens to be Billy Graham's granddaughter. She says she wanted to reach those Christians who are so turned off by evangelical support for Trump that they no longer even want to be called evangelical. Not so much to get them to vote differently as just to connect with them.
I think what these individuals needed was some faith leaders to come out and say, I know you're not hearing this everywhere, but this is not our faith.
So she joined the Not Our Faith group working for Biden.
More of a encouragement to the droves of people who are leaving the church because of the hypocrisy, in my opinion.
In fact, that is a phenomenon. The share of the U.S. population and the electorate who list their religious affiliation as none is growing steadily. Ryan Burge says the trend is most notable among the youngest voters, Generation Z, born after 1996. Democrats, Burge says, now have an almost exclusive grip on those nones, the N-O-N-E-S.
The Republicans have to figure out a way to peel off some of those more libertarian, let's say, Gen Z nuns, or they're going to have a very bleak future politically.
And doing it, he says, while keeping their white Christian base happy. Tom Gelton, NPR News.
NPR's election coverage continues tomorrow on Morning Edition, and not just on the races near the top of the ballot. We'll take you to Missouri, where voters amended the Constitution, but the new rules about drawing up voting districts are complicated.
That's one person will vote. That gets us to one person. It shall be drawn on the basis of one person, one vote.
And what does that mean exactly?
It could mean skipping over children and other people not eligible to vote, and it may have echoes across the country. Listen tomorrow by asking your smart speaker to play NPR or your member station by name. And this is NPR News.
What do slow vote counts and gerrymandering have to do with each other? A lot, according to activist Katie Fahey.
Even though it's a global pandemic, even though we're trying to make sure that our election can be ran with integrity, you have politicians making political decisions about what is best for me to get reelected.
That story plus the latest election news on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
I'm Louise Schiavone with these headlines. The coronavirus pandemic has hit a new high. Researchers at Johns Hopkins University COVID Tracking Center report 50 million identified cases of coronavirus worldwide, with 1.2 million known related deaths globally. The U.S. is close to a total of 10 million identified coronavirus cases. In Asia, the elected leaders of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan invoked shared values with Washington and expressed hope for close relations with the Biden-Harris administration. There's no immediate official reaction from Beijing. European Union and NATO leaders, mostly silent during vote counting, are now congratulating the Biden-Harris ticket, cheered it as an opportunity to reaffirm cooperation and democratic values. I'm Louise Scavone, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Total Wine and More, where in-store teams can recommend a bottle of wine, spirit, or beer for any occasion. Shoppers can explore more than 8,000 wines, 2,500 beers, and 3,000 spirits. More at TotalWine.com. From Cigna, a global health service company dedicated to helping people improve their health, well-being, and peace of mind. More information is available at Cigna.com. And from the listeners who support this NPR station.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Lulu Garcia-Navarro, and it's time to play the puzzle. Joining us is Will Shorts. He's puzzle editor of the New York Times and Weekend Edition's puzzle master. Hi, Will.
Good morning, Lulu.
Remind us of last week's challenge.
Yes, I said name a well-known U.S. city in 2 words, 5 letters in the first word, 3 letters in the last. And I said change the first letter of the second word to name a popular rock group. What is it? And the city is Green Bay, Wisconsin. Make that change, you get Green Day.
We received more than 3,500 correct responses, and the winner is Ben Blackman from San Francisco. Congratulations and welcome to the program.
Thanks so much.
How'd you figure it out?
I started thinking about what common words in cities were either 5 words or 3 words. North and South didn't work, and then I landed on Bay, which led to Green Bay, and then Green Day.
I hear you're a biology professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who studies, let's see if I get this right, the evolution and domestication of sunflowers.
That's correct.
We need something sunny like sunflowers right now. I just want to keep that in my head. How did you end up doing that? What's your interest in sunflowers?
I'm really interested in how evolutionary change happens over time, and sunflowers are really fascinating from that perspective because with domestication, they've been really transformed. Wild sunflower is a really bushy, branchy plant with many small heads and small seeds, and it's only within the last 4,000 years ago that early farmers in North America transformed it into the crop plant we're familiar with today, with the single stem, big heads, and big seeds that we use for confectionery seed, and many people globally use in their kitchens for oil.
Cool. All right. Well, ready to play the puzzle?
Sure.
All right, take it away, Will.
All right, Ben, I'm going to give you some words. Add the letters QU and rearrange the result to get a new word. And the QU can appear anywhere in the answer. For example, if I said Italy plus QU, you would say quality.
Okay.
Number 1 is crone, C-R-O-N-E, plus QU. And the answer starts with C.
William the?
Oh, Conqueror.
Conquer, is it? Conquer, good. Try this one. Treat, T-R-E-A-T, plus Q-U.
Quartet.
Quartet, good job. Beets, B-E-E-T-S, plus Q-U.
Bequest.
Nice. A robe, A-R-O-B-E, plus Q-U.
Baroque.
Nice. Bible, B-I-B-L-E, plus Q-U.
Quibble.
Nice. Rebus, R-E-B-U-S, plus Q-U.
Busker?
Busker. I don't think so. I think that's usually B-U-S-K-E-R.
Sorry, that's with a K. Yeah, that's right. Brusque.
Brusque, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Recto, R-E-C-T-O, plus Q-U.
Let's see.
This is a game.
Oh, croquet.
Croquet, good job.
Yeah.
Innie, I-N-N-I-E, plus Q-U. It's the name of a medicine.
Oh, yeah, of course. Quinine.
Quinine is it. Clear, C-L-E-A-R, plus Q-U. Starts with L.
Oh. Lacquer.
Lacquer. Ooh, you're good at these. And your last one is I rule. IRULE plus QU.
Let's see. Oof, I may need a hint on this one.
Starts with L.
Starts with L.
Something to drink.
After dinner.
Yeah. A liqueur.
Liqueur.
Yes.
That's not an easy puzzle, Ben. You did great.
You did great. How do you feel?
Thanks. I feel pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot of rearranging that was happening there. So yeah.
You did really well. And for playing our puzzle today, you'll get a weekend edition lapel pin as well as puzzle books and games. And you can read all about it at npr.org/puzzle. And Ben, which member station do you listen to?
I listen to KQED in San Francisco.
Ben, thank you so much for playing the puzzle.
Thanks so much. It was my pleasure.
All right, Will, what's next week's challenge?
Yes, it comes from listener Eric Berlin of Milford, Connecticut. There are several words that consist of the consonants N, P, and R, and an assortment of vowels, for example, apron, pioneer, and European. But there is only one common phrase that contains exactly 2 N's, 2 P's, and 2 R's with no other consonants. And you can add vowels as needed. What phrase is this? So again, a common phrase that contains exactly 2 N's, 2 P's, and 2 R's, and no other consonants. What phrase is it?
When you have the answer, go to our website, npr.org/puzzle, and click on the Submit Your Answer link. Remember, just 1 entry per person, please. Our deadline for entries is Thursday, November 12th at 3 p.m. Eastern. Include a phone number where we can reach you at about that time, and if you're the winner, we'll give you a call, and if you pick up the phone, you'll get to play on the air with the puzzle editor of the New York Times and Weekend Edition's very own puzzle master, Will Shortz. Thanks so much, Will.
Thanks, Lulu.
President Trump refuses to concede defeat and insists, falsely, that he has won re-election. While supporters of President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris celebrated in streets across the nation, many Trump supporters voiced anger, sorrow, disbelief, and some are making baseless allegations of fraud, allegations that echo the president's own groundless charges. Here's NPR's Eric Westervelt in Phoenix.
A few thousand Trump supporters gathered near the state Capitol building in downtown Phoenix Saturday, demanding a do-over not just of the state's presidential election, but of the entire national vote. Trump banners waved overhead, some depicting him as an action hero saving America from socialism. Many backers cite a string of conspiracy theories about election deception, which in fact have already been debunked.
I will never accept Biden-Harris as my president, not with this kind of cloud hanging over it.
That's Trump supporter Rod Save, who alleges the entire vote was marred by deception and manipulation.
It's all fraud. Audit it all. I'll guarantee you, if you audit all these states, these swing states, actually went in there and audited and threw out all the dead people that voted and everything else, Trump wouldn't be losing. Just like he wasn't losing on election night. This is the biggest fraud in America.
But there is no evidence of any wide-scale election fraud, and the vote already is audited by county and state election officials before it's certified, and the close vote in several states may trigger recounts. Still, many here say they are convinced that Democrats, the media, and big tech have all conspired to steal the vote from President Trump. A Trump backer calling herself Madonna didn't want her full name used, saying she doesn't trust the media.
The media has called this election prematurely. They don't have a right to. We the people make that decision. And we the people deserve the truth. Clean and fair elections.
So to you, the count isn't over, the election isn't over?
Absolutely not.
Many in the crowd chanted 4 more years and stop the steal. Others sang hymns and walked slowly around the rally, praying.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you.
So-called proof of a conspiracy to many here includes the fact that political polling was once again off the mark, and the expanded use of mail-in voting. To Jeff Johns from Scottsdale, this year's expansion of mail-in voting is itself fishy.
Simply the fact that governors sent out universal ballots to everybody for the first time shows a propensity to cheat in order to harvest more Democratic votes. So just that alone is fraudulent.
In fact, there's no evidence of widespread mail-in voting fraud, and ballots were not sent to everybody. This year, due to the deadly coronavirus pandemic, California, Nevada, New Jersey, and Vermont sent all registered voters mail-in ballots, joining Oregon, Colorado, and Washington state who've used mail-in balloting safely and effectively for years. Utah and Hawaii also went to mail-in voting more recently. The protest was largely peaceful, though the mood grew tense when two elderly Biden supporters entered the square carrying Black Lives Matter signs. A pro-Trump demonstrator told the couple they should be, quote, ashamed, and demanded to know who paid them to support the Democrat. Meantime, some Biden supporters trolled the rally, driving past waving Biden-Harris signs and yelling. There were far more guns than masks at the rally, despite the resurgent coronavirus. Many openly displayed handguns and semi-automatic rifles. Several Trump supporters urged me to remove my face mask, insisting the pandemic, like the outcome of the election, was, quote, just another hoax. Eric Westervelt, NPR News, Phoenix.
The American people have spoken. But what exactly did they say? Well, they rejected an incumbent president, and that's a rare rebuke. But by and large, they did not reject his party, and that either means compromise on Capitol Hill or more gridlock. We're going to turn now to two members of the so-called Problem Solvers Caucus. That's a group of lawmakers who champion compromise. Let's remember that word, compromise. Mark Amodei is a Republican from Nevada's 2nd District, which includes Carson City. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Lulu.
And Stephanie Murphy is a Democrat from Florida's 7th District. That's around Orlando. Thank you so much for being with us.
Great to be with you, Lulu.
So, first of all, congratulations to you both. You were both reelected.
Thank you.
This has been a brutal election. It has left both parties, and this is, for lack of a better word, radicalized in some portions. You've got progressives pushing back very hard on any claim that their policy positions were responsible for the weaker than expected performance by Democratic candidates. Meanwhile, you've got a lot of Republicans who fully embrace Trumpism and in fact want to double down on it, not to mention also embracing sort of dangerous and destructive conspiracy theories like QAnon. If calling for compromise hasn't worked over the last decade, what's a compelling argument for it now? Representative Amodei, you first.
Well, I think if you go back to the Problem Solvers Caucus, the compelling argument is, in our business, the bottom line is votes. And so, I'm a naive guy. It's like, well, I think if you want to campaign for re-election, the strength would be on what you did, as opposed to how much you hate the other side. And so having said that, you say, what's different now? It's like this group is different in terms of it came about because of people like Stephanie and people on her side of the aisle and on my side of the aisle that said, I want to go back and say that I did something as opposed to I just, parroted the partisan talking points, which, quite frankly, on both sides have some depth problems.
Representative Murphy?
Well, I think across this country you see exhausted Americans. And the fact of the matter is that we are in the midst of a pandemic and an economic crisis. So there is no other choice than to find a way to work together across the aisle. And what's great about Problem Solvers is that we have been doing this for a while. So I think that's a lot to build on and a really great position to be in as we go into this divided Congress with Joe Biden in the White House.
We won't exactly know if it's a divided Congress because, of course, there are 2 Senate races that are going to a runoff in Georgia. But I'm curious to know what specific areas of cooperation you both are eyeing. I mean, obviously, immigration, changes to the tax code, health care. And we should remind our listeners that the Affordable Care Act is going before the Supreme Court this month. Representative Murphy and then Representative Amodei.
I think our first priority is to get an additional COVID relief package out the door into the pockets of the American people and American businesses. And then after that, we should look at things that can help with our economic recovery. And that means investments into our infrastructure. And then, of course, we have to address things like taxes and immigration and things that help our economy grow. All of those are key elements to help our economy grow and ensure equal opportunity at the American dream, and it allows for the hard work to result in good outcomes for the American people.
Talk to me about immigration in particular.
Problem Solvers actually were the ones who put, it was Jimmy Panetta's ag immigration bill that we basically shipped out of the House, it seems like a long time ago, it's probably 8 or 9 months. And there were Republicans that supported that. And so immigration is one, quite frankly, Lou, that the answers are out there. The problem is it's been uber politicized by both sides, and it's like, you know, it needs to be dealt with. When you talk to business people, the Chamber of Commerce, you know, people are going, well, these will be conservative or whatever. They all want immigration reform, and there are ways to do it without breaking the rules.
Do you think it will be easier with President Trump out of the office?
You know what? I think actually when you look at what he's really said about immigration, he wasn't the problem. I mean, he wanted the wall and stuff, but in terms of merit-based and we've got to deal with these folks, I mean, I think, quite frankly, he felt some pressure when you talk about dealing with dreamers and stuff. And it's like, hey, you know what? That's kind of why these offices exist. Time to show some leadership.
Representative Murphy, I mean, can Democrats be bold under these conditions? It's not just politicians on the left who want the party to be bold. It's actually the base as well.
I think that if Democrats who want to be bold, and by bold meaning that getting something done, so there's a difference between messaging and waving your arms and making it look like you're trying to do something, and actually delivering law that changes people's lives. From my perspective, being bold means delivering ideas that become law that change people's lives. That's bold.
And has the Problem Solvers Caucus actually done that?
I think there are areas in which the Problem Solvers Caucus has demonstrated that it can bring together Republicans and Democrats, and in a closely held House, that will be more important than ever to be the ballast to the extremes of both parties.
Stephanie Murphy is a Democrat from Florida's 7th District, and Mark Amadei is a Republican from Nevada's 2nd District. Thank you both very much.
Thanks, Lulu.
Great to be with you.
From NPR News, BJ Liederman writes our theme music. I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the National Endowment for the Arts, the federal agency that supports the arts and creativity in communities across the nation. More information is available at arts.gov. From Eric and Wendy Schmidt, through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working together to create a just world where all people have access to renewable energy, clean air and water, and healthy food. On the web at theschmidt.org. And from the listeners who support this NPR station.
Talkeetna Community Radio and this program are supported by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. www.cpb.org.
You're listening to KTNA Talkeetna. We are a public radio station, and our members help support the programming you hear on KTNA. Show support for what you enjoy on your community radio station by going to ktna.org and becoming a member today. All memberships are welcome and greatly appreciated. Thank you for your support.
You're listening to KTNA Talkeetna? Did you know there are 4 ways to listen to KTNA? On air at 88.9 FM. Online at ktna.org, streaming through an app on your smartphone. If you have smart speakers, you can tell them to play KTNA. So many ways to enjoy our local, state, and national programming. NPR News in Washington, D.C. This is Weekend Edition. I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro. Good morning. Number Number 46, Joe Biden is president-elect, and a history-making Kamala Harris will be his VP.
Every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. Dream with ambition.
What next, though? The president is refusing to concede. Behind the scenes, a transition is already underway. Also, control of the Senate hangs on 2 runoff races in Georgia, but the GOP picked up seats in the House, among them women. We'll talk to one. It's Sunday, November 8th. The news is coming up right now in this newscast.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Louise Schiavone. The coronavirus pandemic has hit a new high. Researchers at Johns Hopkins University COVID Tracking Center report 50 million identified cases of coronavirus worldwide, with 1.2 million known related deaths globally. The U.S. is close to a total of 10 million identified cases. In his victory speech in Wilmington, Delaware last night, President-elect Joe Biden declared the virus is a top agenda item.
Our work begins with getting COVID under control. We can now repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control.
Biden announces a coronavirus working group tomorrow, and according to a Biden campaign official who spoke on NBC's Meet the Press, among those he'll tap are former Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy and former FDA Commissioner Dr. David Kessler. Climate and environmental groups are praising Biden's election. He ran on ambitious plans to combat climate change. But as NPR's Nathan Rott reports, the president-elect's stated ambitions might be slowed by a divided Congress.
Legislation is lasting. Executive action, not so much. So climate and policy experts agree that to really address climate change in the way that many feel is needed to avoid catastrophic warming, a president needs the support of Congress. With the Senate majority still to be determined, it's unclear if Biden will have that support. With or without, though, it's expected that he'll take executive actions and direct agencies to reverse regulatory rollbacks undertaken by the Trump administration, replacing some with even more ambitious goals. Climate change was a top concern amongst Democratic voters this year. It remains to be seen, though, how big of a priority it will be for the Biden administration. Nathan Rott, NPR News.
With the presidential race called for President-elect Joe Biden, attention now turns to Georgia, where 2 Senate runoff races could determine control of that chamber. NPR's Sarah McCammon reports.
It's unusual to have 2 Senate races in one state, but it happened this year after a Georgia senator resigned for health reasons. His appointed replacement, Republican Kelly Loeffler, did not achieve the 50% threshold needed in her special election to avoid a runoff. Neither did Republican Senator David Perdue, whose term was up this year. Maria Ulloa of Atlanta says she'll be working to turn both seats blue.
I was watching those numbers more than the presidential. So between now and January, we have a huge opportunity, and I think I would like to participate more actively on that.
Loeffler will face Democratic rival Raphael Warnock, and Perdue faces Democrat Jon Ossoff. The races could determine whether Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. Sarah McCammon, NPR News, Atlanta.
This is NPR. Global leaders are congratulating President-elect Biden, but as NPR's Carrie Kahn reports, Mexico's president is holding back.
President Andrés Manuel López Obrador says it's too soon to congratulate either of the, quote, candidates, saying the U.S. electoral process hasn't ended yet. He emphasized that he has no dispute with either President Trump nor former Vice President Biden, but that it would not be politically prudent or decent to do so. López Obrador and Trump have forged an unlikely and amicable relationship, despite Trump's derogatory comments toward Mexicans, trade threats, and tough immigration policies. López Obrador says in 2006 he was robbed of an election and still remembers the sting of foreign leaders congratulating his foe before election officials certified the count. Some leaders have yet to congratulate President-elect Biden. Carrie Kahn, NPR News, Mexico City.
More than 1,600 migrants have either been rescued at sea or reached Spain's Canary Islands in small boats over the weekend. Spanish emergency services say the body of one person who had died during the journey was recovered at sea. Alex Trebek, the longtime host of Jeopardy, has died. He was 80 years old. The game show said he died peacefully at home today in the company of family and friends. In March of last year, Trebek announced he had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. For decades on Jeopardy, Alex Trebek quizzed TV contestants on everything from history to geography to hip-hop. Trebek also connected to fans online, keeping them up to date on his prognosis. I'm Louise Schiavone, NPR News, Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Drexel University. Drexel's academic model is designed to prepare visionary leaders to address the challenges of a changing world. More at drexel.edu/ambition can't wait.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Lulu Garcia-Navarro. Good morning. The uncertainty, the wait, is over. Yes, there are still votes being counted this morning and races yet to be determined. Georgia and North Carolina, for example, are still too close to call, and there may be recounts. But the presidency has been decided, and America chose Joe Biden and his promise of unity.
It's the honor of my lifetime that so many millions of Americans have voted for that vision. And now, the work of making that vision is real. It's a task, the task of our time.
That's the president-elect speaking from Wilmington, Delaware last night. And with us this morning is NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson. Good morning, Mara.
Hi, Lulu.
Let's start with the current president. He has not conceded, though let's remember there is nothing legal or binding about declaring victory or conceding defeat. Meanwhile, former President George W. Bush has called Joe Biden to congratulate him on his win. What's Trump's rationale for not accepting these results?
Well, the president is continuing to contest the election in court. He's been tweeting that he won the election. He says he got 71 million legal votes, suggesting that the 75 million and counting votes that Biden got are somehow illegal. But this is a hard thing for the president, and nobody likes to lose. But for President Trump, his brand is about never, ever, ever losing. And it sounds like he wants to make sure he leaves the White House not looking like a loser for himself and his supporters. He needs to start the second chapter here by saying he's the real president and it was stolen from him.
There are lawsuits. What chances do they have of succeeding?
Legal experts on both sides say they have very little chance because they'd have to reverse hundreds of thousands of votes, tens of thousands of votes in multiple states. That generally doesn't happen. Even recounts, which the president has threatened in the states that are close enough to allow for a recount, he'd have to pay for those recounts. And historically, recounts never change more than a couple hundred votes here and there. So the prospects are slim.
Let's turn to Biden's speech last night. What did you make of it?
Well, it was a unifying speech. He spoke directly to people who didn't vote for him. He said to those who voted for President Trump, I understand your disappointment. I've lost a couple of elections myself, but now let's give each other a chance. So that's his brand. He's going to try to unify. It was also a very practical speech. Let's get down to work. He listed the things he believes he has a mandate for: control the virus, build prosperity, secure health care for Americans, achieve racial justice, and save the climate. So he's going to get to work right away, and he's told the country what he wants to do.
And meanwhile, we're in this strange period, right, where there's going to be several months until there's an inauguration, where much could happen. Trump has hinted before the election that he would fire, for example, Anthony Fauci. Is that the kind of thing we should expect from him? What do you think the next 2 months will look like?
It's possible that the president could fire a lot of people. He could pardon a lot of people. Most presidents do that on their way out. He could issue a lot of executive orders. Most of what President Trump could do between now and Inauguration Day could be reversed. But what I think will happen